And the party members receive an invitation from a reclusive noble who lives on a nearby island. Actually, you know what? I am going to cut a good chunk of this out. Essentially, you guys are an established adventuring party. You are locally renowned, I guess, at this point. You're not quite famous, but like people know you, maybe heard of you. And yeah, you receive this letter from a noble that you've probably heard whispers of, but don't know much about, that lives on a nearby island. And we'll just start with that. But if you'd like to introduce your characters.
All right. My name is Mjinga. He's Leonin, which means he's a humanoid lion. Tawny fur with a dark brown mane. He is from the Order of Pumbaa, Paladin Order for the Temple of the Mortal King turned God Mufasa, and he has been sent by the House of Simba to recover the the lost staff of Rafiki in order to help protect Castle Pride Rock from the scourge of gnolls from the Outlands.
God damn it. You told me that you'd been sitting on this character concept for a while, and I thought you had built up this, like, super holy Aslan from Narnia-esque figure, and nope, it's just a Lion King paladin.
That's his holy symbol. And for personality, he so Mjinga in Swahili means foolhardy. So he's too brave to the point he doesn't understand fear. So he's an idiot. But ready to go.
Okay, so Takir, a very could potentially pass as human, though is very much an Earth Genasi. Dark hair, dark eyes, dark skin, and a brown robe. And I like to picture him as kind of like Pigpen, almost off of the Peanuts. Whenever he moves, wherever he goes, a small smattering of dust seems to fall from him, seems to surround him. He is a quiet, soft-spoken monk, but what he doesn't say with words, he more than says in action. But aside from the brown robe he carries, he doesn't have a whole lot of supplies. Just a stoic kind of look and a backpack, dusty leather, and very, very full. But that's it.
So my character's name is Panos. He is a satyr bard. Picture Mr. Tumnus from the Lion, Witch, and Wardrobe. He's named Panos because he likes the pan flute. He's got goat legs, brown fur, a humanoid upper body, long ears, horns, and basically just skips around playing his little pan flute, and very like joyful, playful being. Very mischievous, doesn't take shit seriously at all, and he's always jumping around doing stupid shit. Very like kid-like energy.
All right, and my character tonight is Terry. Tariff Sunshine. He is a hill dwarf cleric of the trickery domain. He is kind of, for lack of better words, pretty much an extortionist. He's really out for money, and is kind of maybe a little bit on the older side. Big white bushy beard. Face might be a little scarred up a little bit. Has definitely seen better days, or his lifestyle hasn't treated him well. But very tricky, and carries a warhammer that you might think is a little too heavy for him. And wearing some half plate with maybe a robe underneath, and a crossbow on his back, and him holding also his holy symbol, which is a smiling sun.
All right. I love the sound of all of these. This is an interesting mesh for what you guys are about to be subject to.
Can I insight check the narrator, please? No.
All right. Well, let's get this underway. So, Terry, Mjinga, Panos, and Takir. Essentially, I assume you guys have, at this point, been established enough to set up shop. And so you have a hard location where people come seeking your help. And one day, a letter arrives. And that letter, should you open it, which I assume you do, says, "Salutations, Mjinga and the Dickheads. For many years, I have sought out the world's greatest adventurers, those individuals who are capable of extraordinary feats of strength, wit, and fortitude. My scouts have informed me of your recent deeds, deeming you nothing less than worthy of my gauntlet. It is with great excitement that I officially extend to you an invitation to Shackleton Island to compete. Take this note and simply show it to the harbor master. I have arranged a private charter at the docks to bring you to the island, where you will be met by my staff. They will escort you to my home, where the gauntlet shall be held. A prize for the winning party shall be given upon completion at the sum of 15,000 gold pieces. I look forward to your arrival. Magnus Shackleton."
Aha! Sense for adventure. Let us go.
Yeah, Takir will say nothing but turn out the insides of his pockets, which produced only more dust. And kind of looking to Mjinga, says, "Yeah, Takir, go."
Well, was that 15,000 gold pieces? Help me in.
Panos is up for a little adventure. Just skipping around.
Wonderful. Dickheads, let us go.
Oh,
And
I love that that's going to be a thing.
I like to think that since Panos is part goat, he can, goats stand on shit, and he just jumps on. How do you say your name, Mjinga? And just up there playing his little pan flute. Let's ride, boys.
All right. So I assume you guys are going to make your way down to the docks. For sake of ease, we'll say that you are met by the harbor master. You hand him the letter that was sent to you. He takes one look, doesn't even open the letter, just sees the seal on the outside. And you see a bit of a strange expression go across his face, and he says, "Yes, I have a charter arranged right this way." And he'll just kind of usher you over to the ship, and he'll say, "If you'd like to board, you'll be met by the captain, and he'll take it from here." and he'll just kind of hand you the letter back and then hurriedly walk away back to where he was originally.
Insight check the dockhand.
Yeah, Takir doesn't say anything, but his eyes narrow as he checks out the dockhand.
Roll
Was he
insight
like,
if you want.
was he
yeah.
uncomfortable or was he like afraid or yeah, okay, give me a sec. Insight check here.
Mjinga got a 15.
17.
Okay. Yeah, you guys would notice like something's a little off. Not necessarily like anything heinous, but something about that seal on the letter made him a little uncomfortable. Not quite like scared or fearful or anything malicious, just almost like a chill might have gone up his spine. But you're not sure why.
So Panos wants to go up to him and, so baby, tell me the scoop. What's going on with that seal? And try to persuade him to talk to him.
Roll me persuasion.
Terry would like to kind of tap Panos on the shoulder and just be like, the Lord blesseth. He's kind of like almost like half drunk, and cast guidance on him.
Nice. So yeah, roll me persuasion with guidance.
So with the College of, I don't even know how to say this word, eloquence, they basically get like, you know how reliable talent for a rogue. So for persuasion checks, anything lower than a 10 gets treated as a 10.
Okay.
You can't roll lower than a 10 as a. And so I rolled an 18 persuasion plus 11, 29.
Yeah, so he immediately looks at you and there's something about you that he just finds very friendly. You almost have this innocence to you, and he kind of takes pity on you and he says, well, he leans in real close and kind of ushers for you to get close, and almost whispering in your ear, he just says, there are dark whispers about the man that lives on that island, but nobody's ever come back with any hard evidence, so they're really just whispers. But needless to say, I've seen a lot of strange purchases being sent from the docks to that island, and a lot of contractors have been hired and fired, and none of them seem to last long out there. It's a strange place. It's very mysterious, and well, I don't know, but whatever it is you're in for, I do wish you the best, and I hope that that you're safe.
So when you say fire, do they come back at least, or do people go missing over there?
Well, all the contractors have come back. They've, they go out there and they work for a short period of time, and then seemingly for no reason, they get fired from the job and are rejected from the island, and then a new team is hired and brought through. There's been a series of them. It's a rather strange occurrence, and nobody ever really seems to understand why they're being fired, in all honesty. But they all do come back. I can't say that we've had anybody necessarily go missing. It's just a strange place.
So Panos, oh, thank you for engaging me in conversation, and play his little flute as he skips back to his party. And for the sake of brevity, I'll just relay that information to them.
Heard. Cool. Well, you guys board the ship and are immediately greeted by Captain Hornsby, who introduces himself. And what you see is a kind of older, probably 50s, 60s, older man, just human man, kind of scruff, long beard, but it's tamped down. Like he kind of tried, but the wind has just shit whipped his beard everywhere. So it's like a little messy. He's wearing normal captain's garb, and he does have a peg leg, because I just thought that would be fun. But aside from that, he looks like a normal guy, and he greets you and he just says, my name's Captain Hornsby, and I'll be your private charter. I'm told that you've basically been, well, passage has been arranged for you to get to Shackleton Island, and well, I'll be taking you there, and I'll wait at the docks to take you back. I'm assuming that you won't be staying there.
Your life is under your feet.
So Panos is going to go up to him and, what's up, baby? Give me the scoop about this island. And try to persuade him to talk to him.
Well, he'll say, well, I'm punctual if I'm anything, so I'll tell you once we're on the way. I don't mind telling you the rumors I've heard. After all, sailors like to tell tales. But needless to say, I'm on the clock, and it is my job to get you there as soon as possible. But if you'd like, feel free to carry on about the ship, and just don't mess with anything. I like my stuff. But he'll kind of usher you guys on board and point you toward almost like a sitting area on the deck. And you guys see basically another party of adventurers. Once you arrive on the boat, you see a half-orc brandishing a longbow and a handful of short swords. You see a gnome in flowing, kind of dull green robes with brown trim and a wooden staff. You see a minotaur, shirtless, wearing baggy pants, kind of sitting cross-legged, almost as if he's meditating, kind of off to the side. You see a human male, basically just stacked armor, weapons, brick shithouse. Think like Dave Bautista. And then you also see a tiefling kind of off to the side as well, playing a very soft tune on a lute next to the Minotaur, almost as if he's kind of helping him meditate with some soft music. And then once everybody is boarded, the captain immediately pulls the ropes from the dock and sets off. And yeah, you guys are on your way to Shackleton Island.
Takir will turn to Panos, like, do not worry, Panos. Takir will save you from being fired. Fire does not scare Takir.
Why would I be scared of fire? What do you know that I don't?
He said people get fired on the island a lot. Don't worry, we not so worried about fire. I will keep you safe.
Oh, you sweet, sweet thing. Well, I appreciate it. And I'll play you a little tune while we wait. And I'll start just blowing on my pan flute.
Mingo will walk up to one of the other teams, whoever looks semi-busy, but not too busy. And just, aha! Good day for a competition, is it not?
Well, we didn't really think that we'd have any competition. Kind of thought this was a private thing, but suppose it is now. Says the human fighter as he stands up, and he'll extend an arm to shake your hand.
Mingo gives him a really strong clasp. There is no honor in not having a little worthy competition.
As you say that, roll me a strength check.
All right. 19.
So as you shake his hand, you give him a firm handshake, and he tries to return it, and you just squeeze a little tighter, and he kind of winces a little bit, and he's like, well, may the stronger man win. And he just kind of sits back down.
Thank you for your well wishes there. I'm sorry that I seem to have re-aggravated an injury that you sustained.
Yes, I've got fighter's wrist. And he just acts like he's trying to like massage through an old injury.
Panos will say, oh, when you say the stronger man wins, I believe he will. Just winking at Mjinga.
And when you say that, the tiefling kind of calls over, still playing his lute, and he's just like, well, we've got a few tricks up our sleeve ourselves.
Oh, I bet you wouldn't be here if you didn't.
And the gnome will kind of stand up and lean on his staff a little bit and be like, it's safe to assume that you guys have received the same invitation that we have.
Takir's eyes narrow, but he says nothing.
Undoubtedly. Our adventurers have traveled far and wide, and so they have called upon us for this daunting challenge, of which we are happy to accept.
Oh yes, we're great, powerful adventurers. Have you ever heard of the sea monster Volumus? Probably not. You're welcome.
Well, my terrain's a bit more woodsy. I can't say that I've heard of that myself. But well, I'm sure that you lot have earned your way here. I mean, we've done our fair share of good deeds, so if you're on par with us, then you've probably done some cool shit. I'm not going to lie. And he just kind of nods at you and sits back down. And as you guys are kind of chatting with everybody, the ship kind of sets sail and it's pointed off, and the captain turns over to the crew, allows them to kind of take it from here, and he hobbles his way down on his peg leg, just slowly kind of across the deck, and then he sits down on a seat near by you guys, and then he pulls his peg leg off and uncorks what is apparently a flask built into his peg leg, and sits back, takes a big swig, and he says, now, you lot were asking about the island, were you?
Terry, help this man. He has lost his leg.
Oh,
No. There's no need for that. I lost my leg a long time ago, but this leg holds booze, and to me, that's better than having a regular leg.
Terry,
And he kinda
make my
winks at
leg a
you.
booze leg.
oh, the gods are giving. Oh, I could perhaps. Oh my god, my voice just changed. Well, if I am experienced with the gods, and I might be able to help you with this injury for a price.
Takir presents his full leg from underneath the monk's robe to Terry.
And then the captain steps in. He's like, whoa. If you're gonna take his leg off, at least wait until you're on shore. I don't want blood on my boat.
Well, he's made of rock. I don't necessarily know if he bleeds the same way we do.
Well, he's already tracked dust everywhere, lest we get more dust all over the deck. I mean, do you know how hard it is to take somebody seriously when I have to keep asking them to swab the poop deck?
Takir slowly withdraws his leg and pretends to be dusting with his feet and trying to scoop up the dust piles that just seem to be ever flowing from him.
Oh, Takir, you're just making more dust when you stomp, buddy.
He shrugs, which inevitably drops a fuck ton of dust around him.
Oh, for fuck's sake, can't you just sit like the Minotaur? Just sit still. Please. He just stares down at the pile of dust. He takes great pride in his ship.
Takir slowly sits down crisscross applesauce upon the pile of dust.
Now, that being said, you lot were asking about the island. Are you not familiar with Shackleton Island?
Oh, mostly rumors, but we're always interested in learning more. Do tell. And as they're talking, Panos has his mage hand trying to scoop dust into the water.
Well, first off, I appreciate that. More hands make less work, right? And that being said, well, essentially, nobody really knows much about the island. Wealthy noble had moved out there couple of years back. There's only really one entrance in and out of the island. There's a jagged set of rocks that almost surrounds the island like a collar, and there's one port in and out, and it's the main docks. Not many people have made it past the main docks. As this noble's staff, they greet you right there, and if you have business, they handle it on the docks and they send you on your way. No, we've had a handful of boats come out here dropping off supplies and some interesting purchases, but nonetheless, they didn't get very far. The contractors that had made it out to the island were brought up to where they were building, and they'd work for a couple days and be fired for seemingly no reason and sent on their way. And a new crew would come along and try to pick up where they left off. And, well, quite frankly, nobody knows what's been built out there because they've never been around long enough to piece it all together. Not much is known about that island. What I can say is that those who've gone out there have come back. So I can't think it's anything malicious, but it just rubs everybody in the area the wrong way.
It seems like he's being pretty secretive. This could be quite exciting. What do you think, fellas?
I'm sure it's nothing. Perhaps the workers are just incompetent. But nonetheless, we shall go. And they shall call our names out in glorious victory as Mjinga and the Dickheads once again prove their worth.
I imagine the captain was probably taking another swig off his peg leg and almost spit it out when you said Mjinga and the Dickheads, because he did not expect that from a serious adventuring party.
Takir will flex his very stone-like arm and, Dickheads, hardest there is.
Oh, it looks like one of those dickheads could use a little bit of lotion. He kind of looks down at the new pile of dust from you flexing.
Takir tries his very, very hardest not to move while sitting crisscross applesauce.
He's so still, he becomes invisible.
So the other adventuring party that is with us, I assume they're sitting around trying to gather information as well.
Yeah, they're. I mean, you guys are basically all sitting kind of like, it's not a huge boat, so if you guys are all essentially sitting on the main deck, you're within earshot of each other. They're kind of off a little bit to the side, but they're no more than like probably 15 feet away from you guys. So they're hearing this whole conversation, kind of listening. Some of them are stretching, checking their gear, making sure like all the straps are done, maybe, sharpening weapons, tuning their lutes, just getting ready for whatever is to come in general, especially with the captain being so kind of, I don't know. The captain isn't being aloof, but he doesn't have any information to give you. So it seems like you guys are going into like a very unfamiliar situation.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of nudge. I guess Panos probably has the best shot at this. I'm gonna nudge Panos and kind of gesture to the party. Not saying much, but kind of give the head nod, like go check them out. What do they know about this island? Do they know any more than this guy, or what?
So you told me all that with just a look?
No. I would definitely kind of gesture to you to like go inspect them or whatever. Like feel like something's fishy. With as much hand miming or as little hand miming as possible to avoid the dust.
I imagine just like shit ton of dust falling down as he's trying to mime. What do you want? What do you want me to do? Are you making eyes at me? I'm messing with you. And so Panos will walk over to the bard and just kind of sit next to him and admire his. That's a fancy lute there you got. I can see that you're a man of music like myself, and well, bard's a bard. What do you know of this place?
He'll stop playing his lute and kind of nod at you, and he's like, "Yes, I'm a man of a bit of a keen musical taste myself, but I can't say that we know any more than you." And he'll reach in his pocket and he pulls out the exact same letter with the same seal that you guys received. And he's just like, "We received this letter. 15,000 gold is no sum to shake a stick at. That's definitely a bigger payout than any of the adventures we've been hired for. So we figured we're doing pretty good right now. Why not take a shot?" But aside from what our friend Captain Hornsby here has told us, and Hornsby kind of like tips the peg leg at him and then takes another swig. We don't really know what we're getting into. Apparently, we're competing for 15,000 gold, but aside from that, we're kind of flying blind here.
Oh, well, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing here. Well, we thought it sounded like fun, so we decided to check it out. But I mean, like you said, same letter, same everything. But well, guess we'll find out. I'm gonna make an insight. Can I make an insight check on him just to see if he's being truthful, even though my insight is shit?
Yeah. Are you trying to see if he's being like truthful about the letter he showed you,
Well,
or
just
like if he's like hiding anything?
Yeah, if that's all he knows.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm not used to having a +1 for insight. That's a 11 total.
11. He seems pretty genuine. Like, he didn't hesitate to show you the letter, and like they all kind of seem like they were intrigued by hearing Captain Hornsby talk about the mystery of the island. So it's not like they knew it was mysterious going in. They just got a letter and were like, "All right, fuck it, let's go. 15,000 gold." So not dissimilar to your own party. He seems pretty genuine.
I will be making eyes at Takir, trying to relay that information like he was with me, but I'll be a little more theatric with it since that's my whole thing.
So you're just pantomiming all this in front of the other party.
Yeah, they don't know much about as much as us. And
Takir tries really hard to like not look at at Panos through the side of his eye, but is clearly caught side eyeing him several times.
Takir, hey, you told me to come over here. Why are you ignoring me?
The Minotaur lets out a big sigh and then just stands up from his cross-legged position. He's like, "Not the place to meditate. Too loud." And just
my
walks off
apologies.
the other side of the boat.
Oh, don't walk off. My apologies, friend. And
He just
I'll
throws a hand up as if to silence you as he's walking away.
Well, I can't say that I blame him. And I'll sit, back down next to the bar and, well, to kill some time, how about me and you do a little show? How about a little duet?
Well, I mean, I've always got time for a bit of a song. And right as he says that, you hear one of the crew members call out, like, "We're almost there!" And you look off in the distance and you see these very tall, rocky outcroppings rising 30, 40 feet into the air in some areas, some lower, but pretty much completely creating a circle around this island. And as you get closer, you come about, I would say, 150 feet away from this rocky outcropping in the water. And the ship kind of turns a little bit starboard and begins to make its way around the island, giving it a wide berth until it comes to what appears to be a bit of a cove. And it dips into the cove, and the captain takes the helm to dock the ship. and you have arrived at Shackleton Island dock. You guys immediately tie off. The captain wishes you farewell. Says that essentially he'll be here to take you home. He's not exactly sure what you're in store for, but they've got enough provisions that they can post up for a while, but they're not going anywhere. And as you guys begin to exit the boat, you are immediately met, or actually rather, from the woods on the island. Essentially, you see a large forest on the island, a small beach area, the docks that you are on. From the woods come a series of about 10 robed figures, all in scarlet robes. And as they get closer, you notice that the faces of these robed figures are covered with black veils. And they're all, if you would imagine, like holding your own forearms, almost as if like the sleeves. So you stick your hand in the opposite hand's sleeve so that you can't see the arms. They're just crossed. They're all walking in lockstep as a group of about 10 of them down to the docks, and they meet you at the bottom of the gangplank before you even set foot on the dock. And one of them steps forward and says, "Welcome. You've arrived at Shackleton Island. I assume you are the adventurers that Master has sent for."
Yes, we are here to partake in this little event of yours, to prove our self-worth.
Well, if you were chosen by the Master, you've already proven your worth. But nonetheless, follow us. And she, like, as she moves, all of them in lockstep kind of part to create a path for you. And then about 3 or 4 of them go forward, and the rest wait for you to follow the first ones that leave.
Mjinga walks straight ahead, head up high, oblivious to anything else going on.
What do the rest of you do?
Dickheads, come.
At being summoned, Takir would definitely rush to be beside Mjinga, knowing that where he goes, probably there's the action.
When you yell out
What?
"Dickheads come," the Minotaur kind of cracks his knuckles a bit, and the bard taps him on the shoulder. He's like, No. That's actually the name of their group. They're not talking to us and calling us dickheads." And he kind of lets out a sigh and just slowly walks off the gangplank.
Do I see that?
What's your passive?
Oh, 13?
13, yeah. You probably saw him like crack his knuckles and then calm down.
So I like, as I'm skipping off after them, there ain't nothing wrong with being a dickhead. And I'll just like do a goat hop skip towards Mjinga.
I'm assuming Takir and Terry both follow the party as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Terry might, like, before he gets off the ship, might talk with Hornsby just to be like, "You sure you don't want me to take a look at that leg?"
Well, I don't know how you'd improve on a leg that can carry your booze for you.
Ah, well, I can maybe make it a fair bit bigger. Could hold a little bit more.
You're saying you can take the leg I currently have and just make it bigger. You wouldn't have to make me a whole new leg.
Exactly. But the catch is, I'd have to take a little bit of commission, work from it, and possibly have to take the leg for a little while, I mean, you're going to be boarded here anyways. You may as well let me take it. I can work on it while we're traveling.
So what you're saying is you're going to go on this island for whatever it is this noble wants you for, and while you're doing the job for him, you're also going to upgrade my flask peg leg.
The gods yell it. Yes.
And Just how much would you need for something like this?
Oh, I don't know. Let's just say, let's just say 25 gold, just to start. Another 25 when I get back.
That's a steep price for a flask. Shit, this didn't even cost me a gold. I whittled it myself. Had a dwarf drop some melted iron in there, rolled it around to seal it. Wasn't that hard.
Well, how about this? I'll take the leg from you. You don't pay anything. I'll bring it back with the upgrades, and if you find it suitable, you can pay me then. If not, I'll give it back for free.
Roll me persuasion.
You hear Panos in the distance. He is a man of his word.
Can I touch my holy symbol and give myself guidance?
Yeah, I think that's how that works. But if you do that, he's probably going to be aware that you're trying to give yourself, because like you're having a one-on-one conversation.
All right.
If you would have done that before you walked over, it might have been different. But like you're actively in the conversation.
The gods are with me. Here's my roll. Fuck.
The gods have forsaken you, boy.
Goddamn gods.
He pops his peg leg back on and stands up. And since you're a dwarf, he stands like kind of towering over you, even with his gimpy leg. And he looks down at you and he's like, "No, I brought you here out of the kindness of my heart, and I'm going to sit here to wait to bring you home. You're going to try to take my fucking leg, dwarf." And he kind of pokes you in the chest.
Terry, kind of feeling a little off balance just by the weight of his warhammer, just kind of falls back.
He'll just look at you and be like, "I'm going to give you 3 seconds to get your ass off my boat, or you'll be the only one staying on this island when I bring the rest of your crew home."
And Terry will make his way off the ship back to his party and say, "Well, it's your loss. It's your loss."
And everybody else has already exited the ship, and basically, like, there's the cluster of 3 or 4 of the robed figures, the majority of both parties, and then the other robed figures waiting for Terry to get off the boat. And as you come running down the dock, they kind of close in behind you so that you guys are sandwiched between all these robed figures. And silently, in lockstep, with their hands still kind of crossed, tucked in their sleeves, they just walk up the hill, or sorry, up the path into the forest to lead you toward the manor. Silently. None of them are saying anything. They're in red scarlet robes with like almost like a black lace veil. So you can kind of see the silhouette of the creatures under the robes, but you can't really make out any distinguishing features. And yeah, it'll take you probably 30 or so minutes to walk up this path through the woods, kind of winding up to this manor. If anybody wants to do anything during that walk, speak now or forever hold your peace, and if not, I'll move forward.
Can you describe real quick the terrain we're in on our way to this manor?
Yeah. So essentially, like, it's a relatively small island, definitely big enough for, like, one settlement with the forest and everything around it. But essentially, like, you get off the dock, there's a short, like, coastal beach area that slowly breaks into, like, foliage, bushes, and then into, like, rather large tropical trees, but dense enough that you can't really see through it. And as you're making your way through it, the sand gives way to more of like a soil, and the ground gets a little bit richer and greener. You see more like grass and things as you get deeper in, and then you're essentially in a full-blown tropical forest. Once you get a few minutes into this walk, it's incredibly like dense brush, very muggy, sweaty, bugs everywhere. But yeah, think like tropical rainforest island type situation.
Okay, nice, for sure. Noted.
Anything else before you guys make it to the manor?
Is the manor like? Does it look like a dark castle, or is it just like a nice manor?
So yeah, if nothing happens as you guys are basically walking through the woods slowly break off. You are on what is essentially like a groomed path. You're not walking through the woods entirely, just following these people. Like there is a preordained path that somebody has maintained. But eventually the path kind of opens up to a clearing, and in that clearing, you see just a beautiful, immaculate garden, very like trimmed hedges and shrubbery and statues and gardens and fountains. And it's just like a very, just a wealthy landscape, if you will. And behind that, you see what looks to be a pretty impressive mansion for something so off in the distance, secluded on its own on an island. Somebody would have had to have put a great deal of effort to build something so beautiful in a place like this. But essentially, it doesn't look anything like creepy. It looks just like a beautiful, ornate mansion. The entryway has columns leading to a very large wood door with iron trim, gold lacing and gold trim everywhere. Just, I mean, like no expense was spared in the building of this mansion, or the landscaping around it.
Just for flavor, when we were walking through the forest, since Panos grew up in the Feywild, he would have want to been like bouncing off the trees and just kind of climbing up them and just being silly and shit.
I like it.
Yeah, on that walk, if I could, at some point, Takir, despite being dusty, will reach down and grab a handful of earth and place it into his robe pocket.
Noted. But as you guys approach the manor, the robed figures will kind of usher you through the columns, and you enter into what is like a grand entryway, a series of hallways offshoot from this main area. However, the robed figures almost form a kind of like a wall sectioning you off and really only pointing toward one of the doors. And the only robed figure that has talked to you so far kind of steps out of the crowd again and just says, "Master has arranged a chamber for you to prepare yourselves for the upcoming challenges. If you'd like to follow me this way." And she kind of walks toward the door, and then rather than walk through the door, she just extends her hand and kind of points. And the other party all just kind of are going along with it, and they are eyeballing everything, but they cautiously walk through and walk into the room. And you just hear the fighter call out, "Oh, I like this room."
Panos will try to run ahead and see if he can get the better room for us.
You guys are actually all going into the same room.
Oh, he's gonna find a nice bed and call dibs. Dibs on this one.
Well, as you walk into the room, you notice that basically it's a small stone chamber, large enough to like comfortably fit probably 15 or so people, but like not terribly massive. The walls are lined with weapon racks brandishing various things like daggers, swords, halberds, battle axes, just very a wide array of weaponry. There's armor stands boasting some studded leather, some pieces of plate or chainmail. On the other side of the room, there are two doors, and in between those doors is an ornate cabinet. Think like white oak cabinet, details carved immaculately into it, laced in gold. Absolutely beautiful, and a very large glowing padlock on the front of that cabinet. It's more of like I guess like a waiting room, more so than it is like a place for you to stay.
As they're entering in, Mingo's going to stop by the assistant who's been helping him and just ask, "You said we are to prepare for our contest. What is this contest so that we may adequately prepare?"
All will be made clear when the master addresses you. Now please proceed into the room, and if there's anything that you might need, feel free to take it from the weapon racks. Lady Adela will be with you shortly. And the other robed figures slowly kind of close in around you guys, as if to almost like force you into the room. Not forcibly, like they're not laying hands on you, but they're just kind of slowly moving toward you, trying to almost like herd you.
I stick by Mjinga.
Mingo walks in and takes a look around.
And as the last person makes their way into the room, four heavily armed guards in plate mail, wearing scarlet cloaks over their plate mail, brandishing large onyx-colored halberds, step into the room, not at each of the adventuring parties, but then take their place, one on each side of the far doors where that cabinet is, and then one guard on each side of the door you walked through. So 4 guards total. None of the robed figures that you've been dealing with walk into the room, but a few short minutes later, the door opens again, and a tall, veiled woman in a gold-trimmed scarlet robe enters the room. Her face also covered with a veil, although her veil seems to almost have like gold leaf threaded through it. Like her attire is significantly more opulent than the other figures you've been dealing with. And she walks in and says, "Well, hello, adventurers. My name is Lady Adela, and Master has sent me here to prepare you for your challenge." And she kind of like just slowly walks through the room. Almost seems like she's practically floating. She's gliding across the floor so gracefully. And she makes her way over to the cabinet. And then she turns around to address the parties. And she says, "Now, I assume that each of the parties here have received the letter that Master sent, as the charter would not have brought you here otherwise. We have strict rules on our island. But that being said, essentially you have all signed up for Master's tournament. Now, there are necessarily no rules in this tournament. At the end, awaits you 15,000 gold for those of you who do survive. And if I was unclear before, it's really 15,000 gold split between all those who survive. So it's not necessarily a competition between your parties, but a competition between everyone." And she'll kind of take a step aside and motion to the cabinet. She says, "Now, alongside all of the weapon racks and armor and whatnot that you'll find within this room that you have access to, I'll be providing you with one special item for each of you as you enter into the arena. As I said before, there are no rules. Creativity is encouraged, but I do remind you The only way out is through. Now, if you'd like to step forward, I will allow you to take one of our more particular items and step through the door so that we can begin.
Mjinga steps forward without hesitation.
And Panos will start hopping around and line up behind him.
Same with Takir, though he narrows his eyes at all these shady people in the room.
Terry will closely follow, probably bringing up the tail of the group.
And as you guys line up, basically the way that I'm going to just do this for sake of brevity is I'm going to have you guys roll a d10, and that's going to determine what she pulls out of the cabinet for you as you are about to walk through the doors. The other party also lines up behind you guys. They're going to get items of themselves, and yeah, we'll go from there. I believe Mjinga lined up first, so roll me a d10, buddy.
2.
Sorry?
2.
2. You get a potion of superior healing.
Sweet.
All right, and Chris, you got a 2 as well. So take a potion of superior healing.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet.
All right. What else you guys
can I
got?
also take? Do they have? You said there's a room full of weapons. Is it possible that they have a set of like nunchucks?
I'll allow it.
Oh, can I? I'm snagging a pair of nunchucks as well.
We'll call that a D8. Count it as a finesse weapon, and you are a monk, so you have proficiency.
Sick. All right.
Panos sort of wanted to take like a light crossbow and some bolts if they have it.
By all means, they have pretty much any basic weaponry that you might be looking for.
And my lovely wife is going to do the honors on this D10. Go ahead. It's a 5.
A 5. You get a potion of fire resistance. And Terry with a 4. You get a shield of the masochist. Basically, she pulls this so she opens this ornate cabinet with this arcane lock. She almost like disenchants the lock, then pulls out a key, unlocks it, opens the cabinet, and she turns around and she grabs 2 potions, hands them to Mjinga and Takir. She says, "These will most likely come in handy in your future endeavors." And then she turns back. She grabs another potion, this one kind of swirling, almost like red with glints of gold, and she hands it to Panos, and she says, "Now this will come in handy if things get a little heated." And then she turns back around, and she like kind of, and she picks up the shield, and she turns around to the dwarf, and the shield's like, to you, is almost a tower shield, like it's huge. But she hands it to you, and she says, This is the shield of the masochist." And the shield itself almost looks like there has been a face and hands carved into the shield, as if the person was inside of the shield trying to pry their way out. The face is screaming, and like the expression of the face is screaming. It is, however, a +1 shield.
Awesome. Sorry, go ahead.
How many bolts would you say I get?
How many do you want? I'll call it a bundle, like 20 bolts.
Okay, that's what I put. Sounds good.
All right, cool. And then for funsies, you guys look over and you see the other party as they are slowly getting their items. Or I'm sorry, you're getting your items as you walk through. So you're handed your items, you walk through the door into what is essentially a platform. And as you look off to your right side, the other party is walking through the other door with their items. And let me get a D10 because I'm just curious what they got. The fighter walks through holding the same potion that Panos got. The druid is walking through, and he's holding up a stone that kind of looks like a cat's head with jewels in the eyes. And ooh, there's a second Shield of the Masochist with the Minotaur, who quickly looks at it and just hands it to the fighter because he doesn't use shields. And let's see. The bard walks through the door and is basically like buckling this belt. And all of a sudden, this like beard sprouts from his face instantly. And he almost like his muscles swell a little bit. And I believe I'm just missing one there. And one of... Oh, man. I'm sorry, I'm missing my character shit. Oh, sorry. The half-orc ranger walks through holding this silver rod with what looks to be a stallion on the end of it, and just kind of like looks at it and puts it on his belt and shrugs. Doesn't quite know what it is. But as you guys all walk through, you enter into a platform in a large chamber, like massive chamber, domed ceilings, very high walls around the area that you guys are in. You're standing on a platform that is about 10 or 15 feet wide, and I don't know, about, call it 70-ish feet long. And what you see in front of you is a room that seems to have been flooded entirely, almost completely up to the platform you're standing on, just a couple of inches separating the water from the platform. And suspended or coming up out of the water are a series of what look to be obstacles that lead across the room. And those obstacles include a series of like what look to be like logs toppled over to walk across. There are a handful of pillars that could be jumped across. There's a rock wall that can be climbed. There's a series of ladders that you could use to basically like the hand over hand ladders, like monkey bars, if you will. There's a couple of things throughout the room that you probably can't make out from where you're at. The room is lit, although it is lit with braziers. It's not dim light, but it's not daylight either. So across the room is a little bit harder to see. You'll probably get a better look as you get deeper in. But as you kind of start to look around and take in this aquatic setting with all these crazy obstacles, you hear this booming voice and a series of braziers along the very far wall, elevated up on... Essentially, you guys are in like an arena. There is a series of bleachers along the top of the walls overlooking. And then on the very far end is an iron door, not unlike the iron doors you came through. Above that iron door in the bleacher area, a series of braziers light up, and a robed figure whose face is not veiled steps forward into the light. And you hear, welcome, my esteemed guests. I once again gather you for an evening of entertainment. I have built for you a gauntlet of sorts, one designed to test the mind and the body, trials that would shake even the bravest of adventurers to the very core. And he kind of gestures down to the two parties that have walked in, kind of gearing up all their new items and everything. And he says, And these, as he gestures, gallant souls have been so bold as to accept my invitation to attempt this great feat. And the crowd erupts in cheers and clapping. And as you look closer, the crowd is all wearing a series of different colored robes, all ornate and trimmed in various gold leaf jewels embedded in their clothing. But they all have veiled faces, animal masks. Just there's the only person in this room without a mask is apparently your host. And as the crowd erupts in cheers and claps, he quiets them down and says, "Those of you who have joined us before will know that these challenges are often, if not always, deadly. So place your bets, grab some refreshments, and enjoy the show that our lovely victims, I mean, champions, are about to give you." And then he looks down at the two parties, and a wicked smile kind of curls across his face. And he snaps his fingers, and a bolt of lightning from the ceiling erupts and rockets down and hits the water, electrifying the water underneath the suspended obstacle course. And he says, "And now, without further ado, let the challenge begin." And all of a sudden, the doors to the holding cells that you were just in slam shut. And the walls start to slowly move toward you guys as if to push you into the water off the platform you're on. That being said, I'm going to take a photo of this. This is where it gets chunky. If you have questions, please let me know. I'm probably going to have to explain this a fair amount as we go, so we're just going to take it step by step.
Yeah, I got a question. What the fuck is this?
This is something. This is a mix of a Spartan race meets H.H. Holmes meets Dakota Got High One Night and got really intricate with some crazy puzzles, and we just happen to have a Wednesday where I get to use it.
It's
This
like
isn't
Sean's
Squid
like
Games.
hardcore.
It's not Squid Games. It's octopus activities.
It's like
See, I
Sean's
actually haven't
fucking
even seen that
hardcore.
show, so I can't say that I'm necessarily inspired by it, but it does seem to go along with the theme. I'm
Well,
also
Show's good.
so you guys are going to be the erasers because I don't have minis. Will, you're going to be pink for Terry. Chris, you're going to take blue. I will say Anthony take green, and Sean take orange.
I was about to say, if you don't put the little woodland cedar as green, that's an oversight on the DM's part.
I was actually just going on the order the erasers were already in when I had them on the map, based on how I wrote your names down. So that really just worked out well.
Well, what's funny is when you describe the people in the crowd in Squid Games, the rich people betting on the activities are all wearing like animal masks and wearing robes, watching the games take place.
Oh no shit! I've literally never watched an episode of it, so that's really funny.
Well, it's a fucking
Yeah,
it's a great series. You gotta watch it.
It
Yeah,
really is. Dude.
I'll have to check it out.
Me and my wife, like, literally, we're like legit going through a second watch of it right now.
I binge watched it and had like fucked up dreams for like a week, dude. I swear.
Like, I legit wish I can go back and watch it for the first time because I felt so anxious the first time I watched that show, like not knowing what was going to happen. So it's really good.
Yeah, I'll check it out. So I'm not going to run this in like an initiative. I'm just to keep it a little bit more simple. I'm going to basically run the other party and see what happens, and you guys are going to kind of do your own thing. Each of these obstacles has a different DC. Some of the obstacles require strength or athletics. Some of them will give you the option, and you essentially just have to make your way across the room. If you fall during an obstacle, you immediately take lightning damage from the electrified water, but consider it like Wipeout, where you fall on that obstacle, but you can swim forward and just climb up to the area you were trying to get to when passing that obstacle. So it's not like somebody can completely just fumble and never make it across. The goal isn't necessarily to kill you guys. But that being said, the gnome druid takes one look at the electrified water and sees the wall moving behind, pushing you guys off, and just goes, nope, 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 no, no, nope, nope, fuck this. And he turns into a hawk and immediately tries to fly up out of the arena. And right about the time that he passes where the high walls around the arena break off into the bleachers, you see this massive flash, and then all of a sudden his hawk form reverts to his gnome form, and he just, this like charred husk falls into the water. And the rest of his party look back at themselves and are just like, so guessing we, oh fuck. And the bard's like, well, I mean, she did say the only way out was through. And he just takes off and immediately tries to go on the kind of like the stepping stone pillars in the center of the room. And he makes it about 2 pillars in. The ranger takes off, runs across you guys, jumps to the first platform on the left, and jumps to the start of the log on the far left. The fighter follows the bard right up center, and Phelan actually hangs back, actually walks over to you guys, and just kind of looks over and he's like, well, she did say it's whoever survives, not necessarily the party. So I'm guessing we should probably work together for this. And he'll look over at the dwarf that seems to be struggling to carry his hammer, and kind of embellishes the strings on his lute a little bit and gives you inspiration.
Well, I don't need that. My gods will protect me. Well, I'll take it. Thank you.
And yeah, you guys can go in whatever order you want. It really doesn't make a difference to me because I'm not going to run this in initiative. It's really just a pass or fail kind of thing. But yeah, whoever thinks they would take off first. If you do try to move onto a platform that somebody else is already on, it will be a contested strength check to see who gets knocked off.
So Mjinga is going to grab his holy symbol and say, Mufasa, grant me the lion strength. And it's going to channel divinity for Peerless Athlete, which for the next 10 minutes, I have advantage on athletics and acrobatics checks. I can carry, push, drag, and lift twice as much weight as normal. And my long jump and high jump increased by 10 feet.
Well, that's fucking perfect.
And then he's going to charge and jump across all those pillars, basically one-footing it to get to that center.
Right up the center?
Yep.
So, I'm sorry, which one is Jin? The Minotaur and the Fighter are currently on those 2 pillars in the direct center. Fargus is on the far left. The half-orc, he's over by that, the log on the far left. Which, by the way, I should probably explain this. I'm sorry. The brown bits are logs. The bits that look like ladders are those monkey bars. If you look on the far right of the map, it's like a gray wall with bumps and an arrow. That is the rock wall. It actually goes higher up than most of the rest of the course. And then the poles with the arrows going down, toward the end of the room, are getting back down to that water level. So essentially, you can try to kind of run your way through the pillars they're standing on. It will be contested strength checks to see if you knock them off, or if
What are the windows?
The windows, you really can't tell from here. So when you get closer, I'll let you know.
All right. And you said so there's two in the middle, one on the left. Was there anyone on the right?
Nope. Right side is wide open.
Then he's going right.
All right, and you were blue. Sweet. So you can definitely, with that feat, we'll say you get all the way to the base of the rock wall with ease. Roll me a strength or athletics check to climb that wall.
Oh, quick question while he's rolling. With the athletics, is it possible to do some acrobatics instead, or is it just pure athletic?
Depending on which obstacle. Some of the obstacles can go either way. Some of the obstacles wouldn't make sense. So, like, if you're jumping across pillars, it's gonna be acrobatics versus athletics. But if you're doing monkey bars, it's probably gonna be athletics kind of thing.
27.
The room is designed to force you to have to roll at least one or the other more than once.
It's 27.
With the 27, the way that I'm working this is that is definitely a crit. Anything above 20 lets you basically move on to the next obstacle. So you climb that wall, you practically just jump up that wall. I mean, you scale it in like one bound. You come up to, on the far right side, either the monkey bars going across that elevated platform, or to your left, you see a platform that leads to a rail that you could slide down, and you would basically be in the center of the room.
See. The monkey bars are 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So it looks like the monkey bars are 30 feet across, correct?
Yeah.
So
I'm not doing this based on movement speed. I'm just doing it based on your rolls for the obstacles. So if you crit, you can move more than one obstacle. If you pass the obstacle, you get through one. If you fail the obstacle, you either fall or stay where you're at.
I'm just wondering because the long jump is your strength score, which I took a 20, plus my peerless athlete gave me the extra 10. Would I be able to just jump across the monkey bars?
Is that your total jump speed right now? Because there is a 15-foot platform, so you would have a running start if you wanted it.
It'd be 30 feet to get across.
I would say you could literally just jump those fucking monkey bars.
That's what we're doing.
All right, yeah, you clear that shit. And so you like, if you look back at the party, you're now elevated about 20 or 30 feet above the water on this platform, and you basically just scaled an entire wall in one leap and then leapt over an entire 30-foot series of monkey bars and landed on another platform. You're now about halfway across the room in like a matter of seconds. Who's going next?
Panos will follow Minga's lead and
Alright.
hit the same way as him.
Sweet. Roll me athletics or acrobatics to get up that rock wall.
Well, I was going to ask you, as a satyr, I have mirthful leaps, which means when you make a long or a high jump, you can roll a d8 and add that to the result of the feat you cover. So I have an ability score of 10. So would it be possible just to hop up the wall?
You
If
wouldn't
I
be
roll high enough?
running start, so it's not a long jump, but what would your high jump be?
Check. The high jump would be, you make a high jump, be 3 plus your strength modifier. So it'd be, it'd just be 3, and then I'd roll a d8. How high is the wall?
A lot higher than 11 feet, if that's the max on your jump. I would say that you could probably get a head start. So if you're jumping onto the wall and then trying to climb up, give yourself like a +2 on that roll, but still just athletics or acrobatics.
Okay, I'm gonna do acrobatics +2. Oh, that's a natural 20 plus 9 for a 29.
Over 20 clears it. So you hop up half the wall and then kind of like scramble up the rest of it. You make it to that top platform. Since you critically succeeded, you can either attempt the ladder. Although if you do that, you will have to contest the space with your lion and friend, who is currently on the other end of that ladder, or there is a platform to the left that has a rail that leads down to the platform that's in the very center of the room. Or you can stay there this turn. Dealer's choice.
I'll go to the platform to the left.
All right. Do you want to try to slide down it?
Yeah.
Give me an acrobatics check. Or athletics, whichever you'd prefer. Because technically, you could kind of go about that a number of ways.
Let's say 18 total. 11
18.
plus 7.
Sweet. You succeed and safely make it to that center platform. Good job. All right. That brings us to Kier or Terry. Terry, don't forget you did get inspired by Phelan.
I'm gonna need it.
Terry,
I kind of
you
figured
go
if
first.
anybody's going to fail this check.
Yeah, Terry is fucking sweating with his half plate and his giant shield. Is to make this jump seems nearly impossible to him. But he's, I think, probably kind of sticking with the party. He's gonna maybe go to the right side.
All right. So I'll move you. We'll start you at the base of that rock wall. Athletics or acrobatics to climb it.
Okay, let's see. Athletics or acrobatics? Oh my god. Yeah. Here we go. Ooh. Okay, let's roll. Let's go 7 on that one. That was a good one. Oh, plus I got my inspiration. Is that a D6 or 8?
Level 5 would be a D8.
All right. Plus an 8.
Plus an 8.
Yes.
All right. So you do succeed, but it's not a critical success. So you make it to the top of the platform. We'll say like you get about halfway up, and it's like when you see somebody climbing a rock wall, but they can't find the next rock. So they're just kind of like stuck and they're looking around, but eventually you kind of just like try to jump a little bit and pull yourself up, and you barely grab onto a rock, catch it, and then continue to climb up. So progressively less graceful, but all 3 party members have successfully climbed the rock wall. You're now on that platform. I'll put you in the middle so that if anybody else climbs up it, they don't knock you off.
Perfect.
All right, and that brings us to Takir. I believe you and Phelan are the only ones who haven't gone yet.
So the bard from the other adventuring party is still here?
Yeah, he's standing in the center. I'll update the map for you. Sorry, I should be taking these photos more often. One of these days, I'm just gonna get a fucking mount and like steal another phone and have a live feed.
That's a good idea.
There we go.
Okay, so, well, the party all seem to have some pretty good success going up the rock wall, but can I do like an insight check on this bard on my way by? I want to head kind of stick with the party, but it just seems awful odd that he would just kind of help us and linger.
Yeah, you can insight check him if you want.
It's not great. 9 plus the what? I think 1, so in 10.
He did move over to get behind 2 of his party members that went right up the center. So he seems kind of genuine. Like he doesn't seem like he's hanging back, like he's going to betray you guys. But that wall, where the doors that you came in through, that wall is slowly moving toward you. So you have like basically everybody had 1 turn before that wall is going to push you off into the electrified water.
Okay, and sharing a square with the like Minotaur or whatever, that would be like a contested check or of some kind.
Yeah, if you try to occupy the same square that somebody else is already on, it's a contested strength check to see who gets knocked off.
Okay, I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to follow suit, follow the party.
All right. Roll me strength or athletics up the wall.
Strength or athletics?
Yep.
Okay, my athletics is +5, so we're looking at a 17.
Yeah, you clear it. You get right up that wall. Not a crit success, so you're not scaling multiple things in a matter of seconds, but your satyr and your Leonin, I guess I'm Leonin? I'm not sure how to say that. Friends were able to clear enough obstacles that it made room for you guys to follow right behind them. And you have successfully taken the lead. Let's bring that back to these guys. You see the half orc on the other side of the room gracefully, practically sprint across the log that he was walking up to last turn. The Minotaur manages to 1, 2, 3, almost make his way all the way across the center stepping stones. The fighter in heavy armor, basically catches all the way up to Jin, the Minotaur, and then knocks him off of the platform, gets all the way to the center, and immediately takes the left path. Jin lost that strength check, got knocked off.
Wait, he knocked his own party mate into the
yeah.
electric water?
He ran straight through him, knocked him right off the pillar.
Awesome. Okay.
He hit that center and took a hard left. And then the Minotaur makes it to the center after climbing out of the electrified water, although he took some damage. He got a little fried there.
So when they get knocked off, is there a saving throw, or you just get knocked off?
Well, the strength check in that case was his saving throw. If you guys were to critically fail an obstacle, you do get a save to see if you can catch yourself before you fall. But if you fall, it's not like a ton of damage.
I didn't catch it. So he pushed off. Did he fall off, or did he take his saving throw already?
Jin lost the strength check and was knocked off, so he hit the water.
Oh, okay. Because if he had a saving throw, I could have used something to make sure he fell.
Is Jin the bard?
Jin is the Minotaur.
Oh, okay. Just make sure.
Yeah,
and
Phelan is the bard.
We suspect him to be. Would it be right to guess that he's a barbarian?
Jin, based on
the Minotaur,
he wasn't carrying any weapons, and he seemed
He's a
to
monk.
basically he's a monk. He's a stacked Minotaur wearing nothing but pants. He's a monk.
Okay, I thought he was a bard because we saw him pass up the shield, and I thought that makes more sense.
Yeah, so he passes up the shield, and then Marcus, in what had to just be like a pure adrenaline moment, just charges 1, 2, 3 over these stones and just plows through Jin with the shield and lands in the center, takes a hard left to the next set of skipping stones. Jin gets knocked into the water and then slowly climbs out, kind of twitching a little bit from the electrical charge and grimacing. That brings us to Phelan, who successfully navigates most of the center stones, almost catching up with everybody. Yeah, and let me drop you a fresh pick. But I believe that'll bring us back to Chris. I believe is the order we moved in.
So, one last question. So, if the check for them to make to run across, there would be no need for them to make a saving throw, because the thing that I have is the wording specifically said on their next saving throw, and so they wouldn't need to make a saving throw, right? So if they just miss their check, they just fall, right?
In that case, yes, because it was contested. So he was getting knocked off. His saving throw would have been the strength check to see if he could just like stand there and knock the guy that was charging through him off.
Okay, and so say that we're running by ourselves and we just miss the check. Do we automatically fall, or do we get a chance to catch
No,
ourselves?
no. If you fail and start to fall, you get a check.
Okay, all right, now I get it. That makes sense.
Yeah, but if somebody tries to knock you off, your check would be the strength saving throw against theirs.
I get it. Makes sense.
Sweet. Chris, I believe that brings us back to Mjinga. Might be muted there, bud.
Yes, I was. All right. So after he landed, after jumping over the monkey bars, he would have taken like 2 steps to jump over the log.
Yeah, that like trait or whatever you drop lasts for 10 minutes, right? So you basically just have
Yep.
crazy jump speed. So my only question is, you do have to have, to do like a long jump, you usually have to have, I think it's 10 feet.
No, it's half the distance from it for a standing long jump. So since my
Okay.
strength number is 20, it's 20 feet with the head start, 10 feet without it, but it's 20 feet thanks to my channel divinity.
Christ, yeah, you basically can you can clear this entire course. If you want, I will just move you all the way to the end. You can just jump the entire course.
That is the point.
All right, perfect. You in a matter of about 10 or 15 seconds basically just sprint across this course, jumping from pillar to pillar to pillar, making it look like it was nothing.
And then when he gets to the other end, he'll just turn around. See, dickheads, it's not that hard. Just give your balls a tug. Show them how you're cocky. And we could just plow through this.
And that brings us to Panos.
So I'm gonna try. I want to try something. I'm gonna use a bonus action to use unsettling words. So I'm gonna expend a bardic inspiration, and I want to put it on the fighter who knocked his friend over. And basically, what it is, next time he makes a saving throw, he's got to subtract a D8 from it.
Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna say, "Oh man, that is fucked up. You just pushed your friend over. Oh god, that you. Hopefully, you don't fall with him. That's pretty fucked up."
All right, I like this. This is interesting.
Just try to guilt him into. What kind of piece of shit does that? That's horrible. This is your friend. This is your party. Just kind of talk to the rest of the group, so they all like turn on him.
You just see the Minotaur look up at you as he's like still kind of twitching, crawling up onto the pillar that you're standing on, or the platform, and he just kind of like nods at you very solemnly.
My voice did go a little shorty there unintentionally.
I was literally picturing like Shorzy as a satyr.
Do you want to hold the D8, or you want me to just roll it out right now?
We'll hold it for when he has to make a check. I did make a note though, so just keep me honest.
It's till the start of my next turn, so if he doesn't fuck up, then it just.
Oh, I guess.
Rolls.
All right, so we'll call it like. Is it a D8 on skill saves and checks, or just like saving throws?
It's just saving throws. I'm just hoping that if
just
he
saving
fucks
throws,
up, then he's falling.
So if he
then...
fucks up on this next obstacle and gets a saving throw to like catch himself, then yeah, he's gonna take a penalty.
All right, and then I'll just continue up the middle path.
Up the middle path. All right. So this is where it gets fun. What you see in front of you basically looks like a series of vents that go into the water. And every now and then, water will randomly, like almost like a geyser, out of the different grates. It doesn't seem to have a pattern. It seems to happen every couple seconds. And yeah, basically, you can try to make your way across, but you have to contend with. It's more of a game of luck as you try to pass through this.
So with my level 4, I took the mobile feat, so I have 45 feet of movement. And
Okay.
if I use the dash action, that's 90 feet. So I'm gonna try to just run through this as fast as I can.
Okay, and how do you want to run through it? There are 10 squares. We'll call the bottom left square number 1, and it will go like north. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then the square to the right, coming back towards you, will be 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So which ones do you want to step on?
Shit. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 8, 7, 5, and hopefully I'm gonna go basically 1, 1, 2 on left, 2 on right, left, and then end hopefully. Actually, no. I said wait. What did I say? I said 1.
You said 1, 2, 8, 7, 5.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, that's
All right. That first geyser you step on immediately gushes and sends you about 10 feet into the air. Roll me a d4. North will be 1, east 2, south 3, west 4.
Push me onto the other path. That's a 2.
A 2? A 2 sends you onto geyser number 2. But lucky for you, that one didn't go off this turn. However, you are standing on geyser number 2 until the start of your next turn.
Fuck.
Or I'm sorry, it sent you to geyser 10. It sent you right. You rolled a 2. It sent you east. You landed on geyser 10. Or great 10.
Yeah, the one immediately to the right.
And you also, let's see, you take 1 point of damage.
You just see like a wet goat. You smell wet goat in the air. You're like, oh, good heavens.
Yeah, I like that you're on this platform. You get a good running start. Maybe like hit your hooves on the ground a couple times and like really kick off. And like you jump across the electrified water, and the first grate you hit just massive gush of water, and you land on the grate right next to it.
So for the time being, those gushers are still going to go off, and it's just a matter of time.
Every turn, I roll a d10 to determine which gusher goes off, or like which geyser goes off, and you just happen to hit the exact one. That's why I wanted you to choose the numbers you were running on.
You rolled a 1.
Yeah, look in chat. I waited. I didn't roll it in chat until you called out the numbers that you stepped on, and I rolled a 1, and you got hit by the first grate you stepped on.
That's fucked up.
That brings us. I think we did Terry next.
Oh yeah. So do I? It looks like I got like a little bit of a monkey bar situation in front of me.
Yes, you can move north on the monkey bars. That's going to be an athletics check because it's all strength. Or to your left, there is kind of like a pole you could slide down to that center platform that your satyr friend just jumped off of. That could be athletics or acrobatics.
Yeah, let's go that way.
Fair enough. Give me an athletics or acrobatics check. See how well you slide down the pole.
Here we come. All right, acrobatics, please. Sweet Jesus, no. 7.
7. Ooh, let me confirm with my notes. Yep. All right, as you start to slide down, you almost start to lose your grip a little bit. You're like just by the fingertips. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, gods, give me strength. What is that? Oh my god, another 4. Okay. So
Oh,
god damn it. It's something Terry would never say.
what was the total?
8.
8. Yeah. So you're sliding down the pole, and you get about halfway, and your fingers start to slip, and you're just by the fingertips, and right before you hit the platform, your fingers let go, and you just slam right into the side of the platform and fall into the water.
Oh.
You're gonna take 3 points of lightning damage from that electrified water. Although you do climb up onto the platform, ironically, face to face with the Minotaur, who also just fell in the water and climbed up on the platform.
Perfect.
That brings us to Takir.
I think I would. You said it was an acrobatics check, or I could use one or the other to go down the sliding pole. Correct?
Pole is either. Although you're actually, you know what? I'll move him so that there is a space that you could land. I was almost going to be a dick and be like, "Yeah, but you're going to have to contest Terry for the space he's in."
You might.
He's just going to drop kick you.
I told him to make my leg liquor, and he didn't.
But yeah, you can use athletics across the monkey bars or either across the pole down to the center.
Okay, I think I would try to go play to my character's strength. I get a +7 to acrobatics, so I will take that route.
All right.
As I go towards Terry. Ah, shit. 9.
9. Yeah, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
I should not have fallen. Terry, why has Mjinga forsaken us?
The gods have forsaken us.
Okay, you said a dex saving throw? Let me bust that out here real quick. +7. Alright, that's not bad. Let's try that. Damn, not great. 13 total.
13. That still passes. So yeah, you start to slide down after watching Terry just slip off and slam right into the platform and get shocked. And then as you're sliding down, it's almost as if Terry's fingers were greasy. Like the pole itself seemed slick after he went by, and you start to lose your grip, and instead you just kind of let go of your right hand and kind of hook it over so that your elbow like locks yourself on that pole, and you manage to kind of catch yourself and make your way down onto the platform.
I like to think as I come to a sudden stop that a big floof of dust like wafts off my cloak into the water.
And all over the Minotaur that is soaked and just climbed up. You basically just like tar and feathered Terry and the Minotaur with your dust.
I just
that brings us
flowered face.
Fargus, who makes it across the monkey bars on the far left. Marcus is going to try to run across. He does actually fuck up on those stepping stones to the left, though, so he's going to roll a dex saving throw. And he takes a D8 penalty because Panos cursed him. He fucking fails it hard. And he eats it into the water. And gets a little bit of damage, but climbs up on the other side of the stepping stones, soaked in his heavy armor. And that brings us back to Chris. You already made it across. You want to take a free action to taunt your party or anything?
Can you send an updated picture?
Yes. Yes, I can. Essentially, like almost everybody is clustered up in the center, aside from Fargus, the half orc, who is on the far left, and he's kind of made his way across. Just dropped a pick.
All right. I am going to. 25. I am going to go from where I am and jump across this wooden beam on the platform towards Panos.
Okay.
And then I want to hold an action. And I'm going to hold the spell Bless until the rest of my party gets within 30 feet of me.
Okay.
And then I'll cast it.
I like that. All right. So you already have one person in range. So basically, the moment that the other two party members try to run right up the center, they will get blessed.
Yes, which would then give them a D4 on all their checks.
Okay. I like it. Good move.
Dickheads! Let's go! Ball up!
All right. That brings us down to Panos. Panos, you are standing on Great 10. Which ones would you like here? I'm going to label those greats for you real quick. Because I don't think I was super clear.
Actually,
I got it.
Well, since
Go
everybody's
ahead.
probably about to run through this. But
Let me take all that back. I'll just keep standing where I was. Bless only works for attack rolls or a saving throw.
oh, okay. So yeah, if they were to like fall. Fair enough. But all right, you're standing there nonetheless, or do you want to just stay where you were?
I'll just go kind of to where I'll walk over towards the middle and just, say the dickheads, let's go ball up and leave it at that.
Okay, so you don't jump over the log, you're just in the center of the final platform. Cool.
Correct.
All right. And call out your numbers, buddy. For your run there, Ant.
I'm just gonna. I think Panos is like flustered, and his immediate reaction was just to be to try to run straight across.
Straight across, so 9876.
Yeah, just straight.
All right, let's roll that D10. Whew. All right. Yeah, you make it all the way across. Good job. As you're running across, like you're almost to the end, this huge geyser just erupts to your left, but you kind of like peel back your left shoulder as you're running and narrowly dodge it, make it all the way across the platform. If you want, I'll just go ahead and give you the chance to run across that log. If you want to go ahead and take that, it'll be acrobatics.
Oh yeah. So if I cross this log and I'll finish.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Let me roll that out.
Ooh. Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
That's unfortunate.
So yeah, you have this beautiful moment right after you get pinged by a geyser, but you stand up and bolt across, make it across, and then slip on the log. Do you catch yourself though?
All right, roll it. Hold on. Give me. I'm trying to roll it out on my phone because I'm in the other room right now.
Okay, Terry,
That's
all we have to do is do exactly what Panos, didn't.
Exactly. Wait, something about grabbing the balls too.
come on. Don't fuck me over, eye. Oh, 26.
All right. Yeah, you catch yourself. We'll say you make it across, but you just barely. Like you slip at the end, kind of land on your thigh at the very end of the log and skid onto the platform.
Is
Good
any of my
job,
party?
Panos. Was that
Oh,
not
thank you.
invigorating?
No, I got smashed with the geyser. Is any of my party members having like a particular hard time getting across?
Everybody's. I mean, well, I mean, you probably would have noticed Terry slam into the wall and fall into the water, but aside from that, everybody else has been totally fine.
All right, then. I guess I'll hold on to my bardic inspiration if everyone's almost done.
That'll bring us down to Terry and Takir. I'm assuming you guys are going to run across.
Yeah, Terry, you go left, I'll go right. We just book it, yeah? One of us is going to make it for sure.
Terry will be like, "Yes, one of us will make it," and then gives himself guidance.
Fair enough. All right, so who's taking left?
I'll go left.
All right, so you guys are running at the same time, and Takir's taking left.
You got it.
All right. Ooh, all right. So you guys are running across, and you get one grate, two grate, and Takir looks over on that third grate, and all of a sudden he just sees Terry get launched into the air by this massive geyser coming up as grade 8 was the magic number this turn. Roll me a d4 to determine the direction the geyser sends you.
4, 3.
3? 3 would be south, so you land on grate number 9. And you take just 1 point of damage. Takir, if you want to run across that log, you are more than welcome to. It's going to be acrobatics.
Okay, acrobatics, I got a +7. Fuck, that is 11.
Oh, almost passed. Roll me a dex save, though.
Also +7. Alright. That comes out to 15?
Yeah, you save. You start to slip as well, but you kind of like almost like when you see somebody slip on ice, but then they kind of catch themselves, don't even touch their hands to the ground. They just kind of like wobble and then steady out. You make your way across. Will, if you want to go ahead and give me numbers that you want to run across, we'll see what happens.
Panic mode again, straight across.
8, 7, 6. All right. you get across the first grate. You get to 7. Grade number 7 erupts again. Roll me a d4. You're just getting tossed around.
Not south. All right, let's see. Here we go. 1.
1 is north. You land on grade 6. We'll say that you can basically crawl across the threshold. So you made it across that obstacle, and you take 1 more point of damage. Roll me acrobatics for that final log. I'm just gonna hand wave the stuff for the other party.
Terry, I said don't do what Panos did. Not do what he did 3 times over. Come on.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. What was that roll? Athletics?
Acrobatics to get across the log.
Oh boy, acrobatics. Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? A natural 1. So a total of 5.
Roll me a dex save.
This is the worst. Thank you. 23.
Okay, yeah. You managed to save it. We'll say like you take a couple steps across, but you're so waterlogged that your feet are wet and they're slick, and your legs split apart, and you kind of land like right on your crotch. But because of that, you bear hug the log and you just kind of inchworm all the way across.
I'll get across and kind of get to my feet and just, kind of wipe my hands and be like, you see what happens when you trust in the gods, they provide and they help you.
I don't know if you should worship those gods anymore, Terry.
All right. Fun. I'm going to take this opportunity to move, reset for the next section, and also run to the restroom. So give me like 5, and I'll be back to continue tormenting you.
Will we
Anybody
be able
else
to
feel
take
like
a short rest at this point?
I would say this is probably pretty rapid succession. The
Okay.
way it's going to play out.
Anybody else feel like Terry maybe did the whole like Kung Fu Panda thing when he's first on the obstacle course? Like he made it through, but he for sure hit every fucking obstacle
Oh yeah,
on the way.
100%. That's exactly what I'm picturing.
Okay, that was great.
Like failed successfully?
You failed your way across there, but it was not pretty.
No, it definitely cost me.
That challenge was but a pittance. I wonder what they shall next have.
I just totally spaced it, but before me and Terry were taking off running, I was real tempted to push whoever the heck was on the on the platform into the water before I took off running, just to be a dick.
And I thought about blasting him with something.
Well, then it's on. The second we do something to them, you know it's coming right back at us.
Okay, we need to snap this log so that the rest of the adventurers can't get across it. And the one guy that took the alternate route, somebody's got to shoot him down.
Oh, wonder if I can light anything on fire.
You know, we all would have been safe if Mjinga just wouldn't have opened that damn letter. You know that, right?
Well, he opened it having the capabilities to fucking leap the entire obstacle course in a single bound.
Minga's enjoying himself. It's a chance to show off his might.
I like to think like he's standing all tall and proud, and he's got Panos who's all wet and irritated right next to him.
Anybody ever read David Eddings?
I can't say I have.
So he's a fantasy author, died. He wrote the Bulgariad, which, I mean, it's definitely high school level fantasy stories. But there's a character who is just, that I base this off of, who doesn't know fear. He's the one. We gotta go, save our town from this dragon. But of course we shall fight a dragon. So yeah, headstrong and cocksure.
It's kind of, I mean, y'all are both kind of give me like Drax vibes. Takir's
I
just
mean-
like so like literal, and you just kind of head rush into everything with kind of reckless abandonment, not because you're like, just because of just like,
He's too stupid to be afraid.
Exactly. It's just like the right kind of stupid.
Like he doesn't think, oh, that could kill me. That's going to be no issue for someone like me.
Have you ever seen the show The Tick, the cartoon?
Yeah, that's a
I
good one.
saw
I like
Fucking
it.
love the Tick.
cartoon and the '90s live
Yeah,
action
the
Patrick Warburton.
Patrick Warburton. It was
I
fucking
s-
great.
It
I
also has a
started
great
watching
comic
the
book series.
Amazon. I started watching the Amazon version, and I just could not get into it.
Yeah, the new, like the updated one, it didn't do anything for me. All right, though. So, did you guys end up wanting to do anything, or were you just being diabolical internally?
I'm mostly a DM, so I just can't help but think diabolically of how to fuck over other players. Sorry.
That's fair. The question is, are you pulling the trigger, or do you guys just move through the door at the end of the chamber?
Minga would move on because he relishes competition and wouldn't purposefully fuck with anybody. He's not Locris.
I suppose I'd follow Ming, depending on where he went. So if he's going, then I'd follow.
Is
All
there
right,
any?
everybody else just rolling.
Is there
I
anyone else
gotta,
in the water?
Is there anything that what will?
Is there anybody actually in the water right at this point?
These guys would basically be probably like one, some people maybe two obstacles away from getting across. They're about halfway, if not a little over halfway across at this point.
All
But
right.
the person that did fall in the water already climbed out.
All right. All right. I'll hold off from using it.
does a creatures who are baned know that they're baned? The language on the spell doesn't specify.
I would assume if they saw you cast, then they could probably figure it out. But if you did it sneakily, they might not know, unless the language of the spell specifically calls it out.
No. How close are they to finishing? Are they pretty close?
Some like two of them at this point would have been about maybe 30 feet away. Two of them are probably a little further.
I'll follow the group. I'll hold on.
All right, fair enough. As you guys move down this narrow hallway, single file through an iron gate, or iron, sorry, iron gate. You move down this dark hallway, dimly lit with the occasional brazier. And slowly at the end of the hallway, you see this warm orange glow kind of start to grow brighter and brighter as you make your way through the hallway. The hallway seems longer than it should be for a mansion this size. But as you eventually make your way through, you kind of hear the sounds of the other party catching up to the platform and making their way down the hall as well. And you open into another large chamber, and you notice that orange glow is coming from a series of lava pools in the center of the chamber. And the chamber has the same high walls, the same bleachers that they did before, even the same sort of podium that you had seen Magnus Shackleton announce the first event from. And he steps back up, and the braziers around him kind of light one at a time in a ring, illuminating him to his masked guests, I suppose. And he says, "Now that was impressive. Those of you who were around for my summer games last year might remember that not a single champion was able to make their way past the first room. Although it was rather fun to play Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo with some of the hired help so that the games could continue on that evening." And the crowd erupts into laughter and cheers and a couple whistles. He says, "It seems that we have selected a particularly resilient lot of adventurers, so what say we turn up the heat a little bit?" And the magma pools kind of start to like bubble and froth. And then slowly above the magma pools, four covered cages slowly get lowered in from above, dangling on these chains about 10 feet above the lava pits. There are 4 pits, 4 cages on chains. The cages are covered. And it says, and Magnus kind of booms again, this unnaturally loud voice. Oh, my dear guests, did you think that was all that I had in store? We can't make it that easy for such capable adventurers. After all, it is a rather large sum of money I've offered, should they manage to survive. And a sum of money that I think deserves quite the performance. And the crowd begins to cheer, and he says, let us see if they can weasel their way out of this one. And he snaps his fingers, and the doors, the iron gate that the 2 parties had just come through slams down again, and then spikes pop out of the wall, and the wall begins to slide forward to push you into the room. The room itself is just a general stone floor. There are a series of 4 pools across the room with the cages dangling over them. I'm going to drop a pic in chat. And at the other end of the room, there's another small platform that leads to another iron gate. The platforms are basically just like 5 feet above the stone ground. It's really just to push you into the room. You guys, it's not like last time where you had to basically get off the platform or get knocked in the water. So there's no immediate danger if you take like 5-foot step forward. What you see, though, are those 4 lava pools with these covered cages dangling above them. And that's all you see. What would you like to do? You look over at the other party, and Marcus immediately kind of takes point, heading right up the center. Fargus following kind of to his southeast. And then Phelan and Jin kind of bringing up the rear, maybe a couple feet behind them. What does your party do?
I want to foot race the guy who takes off running down the middle first. Like, I want to beat him to the end. So
Marcus, all right, the fighter. So you're going like side by side with Marcus. Do you want to be right next to him, or do you want to have 5 feet in between you? Because that's a 15-foot wide kind of corridor right up the center.
I want to have a 5 feet between us, and I've got 40 feet of movement. If that matters, I think maybe I'd be a little faster. So if I can pull ahead of him and be parallel to him, that would be great.
I mean, you can definitely, with 40 feet of movement, if you want, like 40 feet's going to carry you basically almost halfway through that first set of lava pools. Or you can be right, like you can get parallel to him if you want, but then like for flavor's sake, we could say like you're like a step ahead of him. Or if you want to move further in, you're totally fine to do that.
If I could just totally burn this dude, I think I would. I think, if I do a standard action dash or whatever, like try to just book it, just totally burn this dude on foot.
All right. Let's see. So you were right here. Your total movement speed would be like what, 80 with the dash?
And if I burn a key point, I can also do it again as a bonus action. So I don't know if it'd be worth it, but I could go a total of 120 feet in a round.
Well, it's 130, 135 feet to the very far end. So how much of your movement do you want to use if you're burning a key point and all that? I'll allow it.
I mean,
Fuck it, the fucking lion just jumped across the entire obstacle course, so...
Okay, I'm gonna burn a key point, and I am gonna just full on smoke that dude to the other door. Like, I'm gonna run there, and I'm gonna kind of Bugs Bunny him. I'm gonna get all the way there, and then I'm gonna be standing there, blowing the everlasting dust off of my nails as I clean them, waiting for this fighter to catch up.
So you can clear 130 plus feet in one turn with a key point?
Yeah, so my regular standard action, so movement will be 40, and then my standard action would be a dash, which would be another 40, so that would be 80. And then my bonus action would allow me another dash action with the key point, which would be another 40, so it would be 120, sorry.
120. All right, so you almost make it to the end. You just fucking Naruto run. Just like past these lava pools. Like you're kicking up dust, more dust, partially because you're just leaving a cloud of dust naturally, but also like kicking up dust from the stone. And you get almost about 10 feet away from that platform at the very end there. And then, yeah, fucking almost clear a whole room. All right. Fair enough. And cool. Who would like to move next?
Panos seeing Takir run off would probably try to follow. And he can't run as fast, but I can. I have 45 feet of movement. Action dash. That's 90 feet. Just following in the footsteps of Takir.
It's like a dust trail. You're following my dust cloud.
So 90 feet with one diagonal movement will put you like almost to the second set of lava pools.
And they're just lava pools. Is there like what's that in the middle of it? So you said it's a cage hanging, right?
Yeah. They're cages that are suspended on chains about 10 feet above the lava.
Is there anything in the cage?
It's covered, so you couldn't really see. You're more than welcome to try to move the cover if you want. I mean, well, I guess you used your action to dash, so technically you just have a bonus action. But if you have something that applies, you're more than welcome to get creative.
Would you? What is so? Let me see. Since I move more than 10 feet, like at towards the end of my thing, can I try to do that like a long jump to try to utilize my mirthful leaps to get like an extra 10 feet or so?
Yeah, we'll say if you're using your whole turn for like pure movement and you're already sprinting across a flat surface, then how much would your long jump give you with your mirthful leap?
So I move at least 10 feet. My strength score is 10 and then a D8. So I could potentially, let me roll that. All right. That's a 5. So I would roll it, be able to jump an extra 15 feet.
15 feet. Yeah, why not? You'll basically end almost in the direct center of the two lava pits in terms of length, moving north.
So would that be 90 plus the 15? Or would that?
Yeah, I already had you moved 90, so we'll just call it like the end of your movement. If you're taking your entire turn for all of that, I'll go ahead and hand wave, and you'll get the additional 15 feet at the end of your movement with the jump.
Sweet. All right. Yeah, I'll do that.
And all right, the only people that haven't moved are Mjinga and Terry.
All right. So is it basically just the corridor down between, or are you able to go to the outside too?
No, you can. You can totally run along the outside. Basically, like the walls of the arena are running like the edges of the map. So everything else is considered regular terrain aside from the lava pools.
All right. Then Minga is going to run to the left side up with run and dash. So 70 feet total.
70 feet. One diagonal. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. What was the total again? Sorry.
70.
70. Sweet. You are at the northwest corner of the first lava pool on the left.
All right.
Or do you want to be
That'll-
further away from the lava? I'm sorry, I didn't ask.
Yeah,
How
let's
much
go
room do you want to give
5
yourself?
feet over, just because he doesn't know what's up with the lava pits.
Okay. So you got 5 feet between you and the pit. Cool. Alrighty.
Alright.
And Terry.
I think Terry's maybe gonna go off to the other side. So maybe on the right side.
Far right. So you're on the left side of the platform. So if you're trying to go to the right side of the map, you're probably going to spend most of your movement just getting to the right side, which you're more than welcome to do. I just want you to know where you're at. I'll drop another pick in chat.
Hmm. Actually, you know what? No, I'll follow my fearless leader here. Kind of going the same way. So yeah, it's standard movement plus bonus action. Or
Okay. So your
action.
movement plus your action dash. What's your
Yeah.
total movement? I think it's probably like 60.
25 per,
So 50.
So 50.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. How much room do you want to leave between you and the lava pit?
Let's go maybe 10 feet.
10?
Yeah.
Okay. With leaving 10 feet, you're basically about 25 feet or so away from Mjinga. But you've got a pretty wide berth on that lava pit. Speaking of, at the end of the first round, the braziers around Magnus on that podium light up again. And he's like, oh, I almost forgot. And he snaps his fingers, and one cover lifts off the cage nearest Panos, and it reveals a harpy who immediately starts tearing at the cage, trying to pull the iron bars, reaching out, swiping, clearly encaged against her will, and then sees all of the different people in the room and immediately quiets down, begins to kind of almost chirp a little bit, and then almost begins to emit this very pleasant song. And I need everybody to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Is this a magical effect?
Uh, what exactly are you referring to?
I have advantage against being charmed, I think. Or let me see.
This is a charm effect.
Let me find it. It's a satyr thing.
Yeah,
Magic
if you have
resistance. I have advantage on saving throws against any spell. But it might not be a spell though, right? Is she casting?
This is not a spell. This is an ability.
Yeah.
What
do you say you needed? The wisdom?
Terry, Mjinga, and Takir, you're all good.
You said wisdom, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's a straight roll for a 15.
Yeah, you guys all pass.
Oh,
You kind of lull at this terrible creature, but emitting this beautiful sound, and kind of snap out of it. And the sound almost kind of mutates back to a screech as you fight off that charm effect and realize the nature of what you're dealing with. And then let's see how that affects everybody else. Marcus is charmed. The fighter.
is there
Half-orc.
initiative, or can I use my bonus action? Can I use my unsettling words thing right now?
I'm kind of just hand waving most of this so that if we go into initiative, it's going to take way too long, and I know it's already 11. So if you want to do something, call it out, and I'm just kind of rolling on the fly. So bear with me.
I'm gonna do that unsettling words on the same guy who pushed his friends, and so that way he has a minus D8 to his saving throw.
Oh shit! All right.
I'm gonna be like, oh man, I hope people who betray their friends are gonna be able to say it. resist this, pretty fucked up.
Yeah, and as you say that, he kind of looks over at you, and he looks back at Jin, the Minotaur, and he hears this song, and he kind of forgets why was he looking at Jin? What's the source of that? And you see him immediately, since it's top of the round, take his entire movement and just kind of start walking right toward that cage over by you. And almost gets there. Fargus the half orc is like, "You daft idiot," and runs after him. He did manage to get the save. So 5.
Oh, I don't know if I'd bother saving that guy. I mean, who betrays his friends?
Gets right up
I'm
to
like,
him, but doesn't have the actions to punch him out of it. Phelan the Bard actually failed as well. So he's going to start moving in that direction. And Jin did manage to actually save, but unfortunately can't really do much from where he's at. And you guys all saved. The cage in the very southeast, the curtain rips off. Another harpy is revealed, and her siren song rings out. Roll me another wisdom saving throw, everybody.
Another wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
Oh,
The entire other adventuring party did pass the second one, so that's nice.
14.
Yeah, holy shit. Literally everybody passed that one.
Man, these are straight rolls, dude. They make me so nervous.
Damn. All right. Well, that sucked. I was really hoping to get at least one person with that second harpy. And let's see. I think that brings us back to the top. Sorry, who moved last? Jin moved last. That would have been last of them. So first of you guys, first person to move was Sean.
So if
Sean,
that guy
you're
was
almost-
already, if that guy was already charmed by a harpy, does he auto fail the second one, or how would that work?
We'll say that he auto. I for sake of ease, I'll apply it to his next saving throw. He gets one at the end of each of his turns, or if he were to do anything that might harm him. So, like stepping into lava, he'll get a chance to save against.
I had a twisted thought of like pushing them into the lava and be like, "I'm saving you."
Yeah, take damage so you snap out of it.
Oh. Okay, so tell me about this door we're walking up on. It's locked. It's got like spikes coming out of it, or is that the previous door?
Same iron door that you saw when you got through the first room. It's basically like the exit to the next area.
And it is locked, closed doors, open.
Nope, wide open. Totally just waiting for you guys to see if you make it through.
Okay, I think I will just kind of casually make my way over there and watch, see how the party's doing. I don't know. That's about it. I don't have anything.
All right, so
particular.
you're heading out basically onto the platform on the far side.
Yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out by the door, seeing how the party's doing.
All right, perfect.
Panos will full dash to catch up to Kier.
Yeah, with your dash, you could definitely clear that. You get to the far side there. You're on the platform now.
Did Terry stay at the front? Just looking at the picture, I think he's.
Terry went off to the side with Mjinga, but Terry doesn't have the same movement speed as Mjinga, so Minga's kind of like outrunning him.
As Panos kind of runs up to Kier, Kier's gonna turn and look at Panos and be like, "You left Terry?"
I just saw you running and I ran after. I didn't know what the hell we were doing.
I thought you had Terry.
Why the hell would I have Terry?
I had him last time.
Mjinga. Oh, man, he's a piece of shit anyways. Just let him burn. No,
I mean, he is a con man.
He is a con man. He's tripping. You can see him just having a hard time way in the fucking back.
He's got a liquor foot. We gotta save him.
let's go, Mjinga. I'll be just playing a song and chanting for Mjinga.
Another 70 feet for Mjinga.
All right. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, just straight forward. Or do you want to kind of round the corner of that last lava pool?
Only if I can still stay 5 feet away.
Yeah, we'll say. You get a little ways past with a 5-foot clearance. So you're like 10 feet north of the northwest corner of that pool.
Oh, sounds good.
Cool. And Will, I'm assuming you're just dashing 50 more feet?
Oh, fuck yeah.
And 20, 30,
Send it. The
40,
gods will protect me.
All right, you are about 10 feet away from the corner of the northwest pool. And that brings us to another harpy. Cool. The curtain of the southwestmost lava pit cage rips off, and another harpy looks out across the crowd, sees a few have made it to the platform, but many have not, and releases another call. Give me another wisdom saving throw.
Do us on the platform still have to roll?
No, actually, point of order. The two of you that are on the platform, you look back at the party, and despite the bubbling magma pits and these out of breath adventurers running through this incredibly hot room, and these harpies crying out and screeching, you hear silence. Or I
But
suppose
we
you hear
can
nothing.
hear each other though.
You can hear each other. You cannot hear them.
Is the platform level with the ground?
It's
Or
like
are we
5 feet up. It's noticeably different from the stone floor, but it's not anything crazy. It's just like a 5-foot little platform.
So Pano is seeing like everything and it being oddly quiet. Oh, Tikir, it seems kind of weird here. Why can't we hear anything? And he'll step forward and like try to like find the threshold and stick his head out and see if he can hear anything.
Do you stick your head out from the platform?
Yeah, I'd imagine he would.
Roll me a saving throw.
If that's a 2. Oh, what a fucking idiot! Why did I do that?
You immediately start walking southwest.
Takir, do you hear the sound? It's so beautiful.
Takir doesn't hear you say that because you're already walking. What's your movement speed?
I'd imagine I'm looking back at him and he just sees my mouth moving. And
What's your movement?
45 feet.
45? Oh, shit.
I'd say Takir's eyes narrow at you as you walk away.
Oh, at least I got to have a little fun. Nobody stepped in the lava yet. Shit, where were we? This would bring us back to the other party. Marcus is charmed. Marcus rolls his saving throw. He rolls an 8, but he also has a penalty. So for shits and giggles, he rolls a 5, and he immediately steps into the lava. He's already taken some lightning damage. He is now taking constant fire damage. Jesus. Fargus was not charmed. He'll look at Marcus, who is charmed and just walking straight into the lava, and remembering that he knocked Jin off the platform, he's just gonna fucking book it. 10, 20, 30, 40, dash. He actually makes it through the threshold and just lays down on the platform right next to Kier.
Can I not let him on the platform? Can I actively prevent him from getting on the platform with me?
Roll me if you want to do that, roll me a contested strength check. This will be like a turn by turn, pretty much, to keep him off the platform. If you want to keep it up,
I'm looking at a 7.
7. He rolled an 11, so he climbs up there, kind of like pushes you off.
Damn it!
He's like, "What the fuck are you doing? It's not a team thing. It's whoever survives."
My friends need help, I think, but I'm working on it.
All right, and then that'll bring us to Jin. Jin was not charmed, and so he's gonna take an unarmed attack and just try to punch Phelan to knock him out of it. He misses though. Takes a swing, misses, and he just says, "Oh, fuck this," and just books it forward with his movement. Phelan is charmed. He's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and roll a saving throw to see if he can fight off the charm effect before he steps into lava. And he does. He snaps out of it right as he's about to stick his first, or like take his first step into the lava, and kind of falls back a little bit. And that'll bring us to top of the round, which would have been to Kier. You did do the strength check though, so fuck it. That was last round. Or wait, no, that was this round. So we'll call that your action this round.
Can
You
I
got a
still be
movement
shoving? Can I
bonus
shove
action.
match with that guy?
Yeah, if you want to, if you want to keep this up, okay, roll another strength check for shits and giggles.
Oh,
I feel like
okay.
y'all are just wrestling up there, just jujitsu and shit.
5.
Are you shitting me?
Nope.
He also rolled a 5, which basically means you guys are just slap fighting up there, like both hands barely even touching each other. Just
Or they're equally as strong as each other, so they're like locked in a grip, like both of them evenly matched.
with a 5. If they had rolled dual 18s, it would have been a sparring match. But 5s,
Yeah, no, that's bitch slapping.
They're evenly matched but equally weak.
Yeah, it's like the two of the scrawniest dudes you've ever seen in an arm wrestling contest.
fucking gold. That brings us to Panos. You can roll another saving throw at the end of your turn, but you do move 45 feet, I believe it was, toward the southwest.
Only had 10 feet of movement.
10, 20, 30, 40, 45 would put you in the corner of the lava pit. Roll me another wisdom saving throw to see if you snap out of it before you take that step.
Oh god, this one's gonna be iffy. 13.
13's a pass. Just as you're about to take your step in, a little bubble pops and a bit of lava singes the fur off your leg, and you kind of step back and snap out of it. You're now immune to that, Harpy, so good on you. That brings us down to Terry, I believe, or Mjinga, sorry.
Let's finish it up.
All right, book to the platform. You are safe. Down to Terry. Terry, you just saw your satyr friend make it across, stick his head out from the platform, and then just walk all the way across the room and almost step into lava. But he seems to have snapped out of it. The fighter from the other party is walking straight through the lava right now. The elf seems to have snapped out of it, and the Minotaur gave up on his friends and just started booking it across the room.
Hmm. Let's see. So, which lava pool was the human in?
Marcus, the fighter, he is currently in the northwest. I'm dropping another pick right now.
Okay. The northwest. I'm just gonna read something really quick here, just to be sure I can.
Oh, is the con man having a change of heart? He's going to help the other contestants?
Yeah. I'm going. So is he is 60 feet from me?
50? Yeah.
Or yeah, 60. But regardless, so he's in the lava currently.
Yeah.
I guess Terry's gonna take a look at this guy and just kind of know he's a shithead and like himself, but only one shithead can get through this. So he's going to extend his arm out to the Marcus there and cast hold person on him.
Oh, shit. Okay.
That's horrible.
What does Marcus need to do?
So I need a
What-
wisdom saving throw of 16.
Oh, fuck. He's a fucking
Exactly.
fighter,
I
man.
knew it.
He needs to die, apparently.
He rolled a 2.
Unsettling words. Minus D8. No, I'm just playing.
He rolled a fucking 2, so you just paralyzed him in the lava.
Perfect. And
Oh my god.
Terry will use his remaining movement speed to go forward.
So just 25, I think, since you used the standard to cast.
Yep, you got it.
10, 25. Good fucking move. I love that so much. That was shiesty as fuck. And he wouldn't have even known you did it because he was charmed anyway.
Everyone else is busy fighting up, front. So
Well, you were in the back, so technically nobody would have seen you do that. So all of a sudden Marcus just is in the lava standing there and then just stops moving. And that's all anybody saw. So good on you. That was a fucking con man move. Well done. Bad news is the northeast curtain flies off the cage. The harpy rings out, and I'm going to need a wisdom saving throw from the 2 remaining PCs on the map.
Wouldn't I have, since I broke the charm, wouldn't I have seen him do that?
What's your passive?
It's only
13?
13. Yeah.
I
I feel like
mean,
it's an open area and nothing else really happening.
yeah, I would say you probably saw him like throw his hand out.
Oh, it's
I was-
you, Terry was a piece of shit.
I was just yelling out to help him.
Terry, I'm not stupid. I know what you did. God damn it, dude.
I'm a
These
comic.
rolls, I'm literally going down 1 every single time. I'm at a fucking 12.
A 12?
Yes.
A 12 actually passes. So you managed to fight that song off. Terry, what's your save, bud?
23.
Yeah, you definitely saved. Well done. All right. Phelan saves. Marcus saves, but he's charmed by the other one and also paralyzed in lava. And Jin saves. All right. So let's see. With 45 meter movement and your dash, you're 25. Those 4 are done. All right. Boom. Everybody makes it across except Marcus, who is currently technically just paralyzed in lava. I'm assuming, Terry, you're not lifting that spell.
Terry looks around. It's like I wasn't planning on. He wasn't going to, but he'll hold it as long as he can because I think it is a concentration spell. I think so.
It's a concentration, I believe, up to 1 minute. If he spends an entire minute paralyzed in lava, I am hand waving that as a full blown death.
Yeah, fucking send him to the grave.
He's dead. Marcus fucking disintegrates. He took a step into the lava after the harpy charmed him, and then Terry very shystily but cleverly paralyzed him in the lava, and he slowly melted.
As I pass by Marcus when we're heading to the thing, I'm gonna tell him, "You were supposed to save your friends, not betray them, Marcus." As he's burning in the lava, just like Obi-Wan and Anakin.
Will, that was fucking clever. Play the game, potentially. I like that a lot. I was kind of hoping that you guys would kill some of them off because the game will move faster if I don't have to PC another party.
Is the human fighter still alive, or was that the one?
That was the fighter. The fighter in all his glorious armor just melted.
That was the dickhead who pushed his own friend off the thing. He brought it on himself.
God
That is
judge?
fair. Karma got him back. Hardcore. He literally just burned alive, standing paralyzed. So that's about as good of a karmic death as you guys could have given him.
I guess you can say Marcus was the dickhead the whole time.
Mjinga is going to go up to the nearest person on the opposing team, say, "I'm sorry about your friend. It's horrible when natural events such as that take place. Too bad he was not strong-spirited or strong-willed. Now then, on to the next one."
You're actually standing closest to the Minotaur, and he listens to you, and then he thinks back to Marcus pushing him off the pillar to get by him, and he's just like, guy really was a dickhead.
Y'all are a druid and a fighter down.
The bard calls out. It's just like, oh, there's no need to rub it in. I mean, I know Marcus was a dickhead, but the druid was a good guy.
Yeah, he was a good guy, but he was obviously a coward. No offense, but I'm just calling it like it is.
Yeah, I mean, now's not the time, though. Is it really appropriate? Like, they were our friends, nonetheless. Give us a chance to mourn.
Well, why would you mourn them? One pushed you off, my dear Minotaur friend, and the other one tried to abandon you. I mean, not really good friends.
Well, I mean, I'm going to be honest. If I could transform into a bird and fly away, I probably would have tried the same thing. I can't say the same thing for Marcus, though. He was a dick, so fuck him. Fargus just kind of starts chuckling under his breath, the half-orc. Nice gutty chuckle. But as you guys are chatting on this platform after you've walked through the hallway, leaving Marcus to burn alive.
So Panos is gonna. Oh, y'all agree he was a dickhead. I guess it was a good idea, Terry, that you paralyzed him.
That wasn't me. It was the guy.
His three friends just cock their heads right at Terry.
All right. I mean, it was the guy, not the dwarf, not me.
All right.
Is that not common knowledge? I thought we all knew that. Bad.
Panos, so you see, we made it. You did not get fired. There was nothing for you to worry about.
You
Nice
saw me
call.
walking towards the fire. It did nothing.
And that half-orc's gonna look over at Terry and be like, I know that guy was a dick, but given everything that we've just gone through, do you not think that it would have been nice to have a guy like that on our side? There's a good chance we're probably up for a fight, and well, I mean, he was just caked in armor and weapons. The guy's practically a killing machine.
Killing machine. I'm sorry, Terry. Go ahead. This is your thing. You killed him. Go ahead.
No, I was just joking. I just said Terry's gonna cast Charm Person on the orc. And
killing machine. Well, I mean, he stepped in lava, and then, but let's be honest. I mean, if it came to a fight, you wouldn't have stood a chance, anyways. With my good friends here, and I'll tap Minga and Takira on the shoulder.
I want to prepare an action right now that if this goes sour, I'm attacking the Minotaur.
Duly noted. At this point, I'd imagine this conversation's happening as you guys are coming up on the final platform. You enter onto another platform very similar but slightly smaller than the last couple platforms that you've entered rooms onto, into a similarly sized chamber, although it is rather dim, dark. There's a handful of braziers, but they're very spread out. You can't really see anything. There is, however, about a 5-foot trench of lava surrounding the platform that you're standing on. And slowly, you watch one by one as braziers closest to you, then moving more further away, light. Just across this massive chamber. Walls going as high as they have been, bleachers overlooking, the crowd speechless at this point at what's happened, as many people as that have managed to survive this. And again, the braziers on the podium at the very far side light up. And you see Magnus, and he says, "My dear friends, forgive me for not having the braziers lit. To be honest, I never expected our unfortunate champions to make it this far. It appears they're more capable than we expected. Nonetheless, I'd be absolutely distraught to leave my guests underwhelmed. So I've arranged for quite the treat. Those of you who've been attending my exclusive events for some time may have had the pleasure of meeting a colleague of mine, the woman responsible for all the magnificent beasts that have bewildered countless adventurers and given you, our lovely guests, endless hours of entertainment. May I introduce Casella, the Beastmaster." And as he says that, braziers surge with flame, and the room lights up almost as bright as day. And on the far side of the room, you see this large, almost stage, stairs leading 5 feet up to a stage, and then almost kind of in a 180 fashion leading up another set of stairs to one kind of pinnacle. And on that pinnacle, a portal appears. And through that portal steps Casella. What you see is
So as the portal opens, I cast counterspell. I'm just fucking with you.
Honestly, I was like, what's the range on counterspell? Because we could just call this shit right now. I was gonna give you the easy out. But as that portal opens, through it steps a tall, muscular orc woman in a beautifully trimmed, studded leather armor. Her clothing appears to be made from a series of pelts of rare creatures. Various fangs and scales adorn different parts of her attire. Upon her head rests a cloak made from a dire boar. The head of the boar atop her head, the tusks seeming almost like horns sticking out of the top of her head. And Casella beats one hand against her chest and lets out a boisterous battle cry. And she raises her right hand and summons this ornately carved ebony spear adorned with feathers and leather straps above her head. She moves her left hand up, grasps the spear with both hands, and slams the butt of the staff down onto the stone floor. And all of a sudden, the ground starts to shake, and you hear the sound of these stone structures sliding against stone, as on the floor in front of her, 2 chambers almost appear in the floor as the stone splits. And all of a sudden, you see these spikes rise up out of the floor, almost like a tail and all of a sudden his claws grip the ground in front on the floor, dragging up, and rising up above that is this muscular body, almost lion-like. And then this flare of wings erupts from behind the body, the tail behind the wings. And you hear this roar as you are now face to face with two Manticore and Casella the Beastmaster. Roll for initiative.
15 for Terry.
I'm coming. You caught me right in the middle of making a drink.
Ooh, I got a nat 20. Comes out to 24 for Takir.
I got an 11 plus 5 for 16.
You said 24 to Kier?
Correct, 24.
And what was Panos?
Oh shit! I think I said 16. Let's go. I'll go with 16 because I already moved the dice.
Word. Was that a 7 for you, Chris?
Yes, sir.
Word. I rolled dick on all 3 initiatives, though, so that sucks. Top of the round will be Takir. I'm going to drop a pick in chat shortly.
You know, Panos was a fun character to play. We're gonna have ourselves another memorable little group like the Kirkluckins and Mjinga and the Dickheads.
I was just glad I got to play this one out. It's like I had the backstory. Didn't really need to see it, fully realized, but just such a fun character and personality.
It really is like we somehow like we put together a group that meshes well because we're like such a like motley crew. Like nobody is alike. Like it just vibes. So it has to do with the fact that we've been playing for like over a year now. But this was a fun group.
I'm currently obsessed with the monk subclasses and all their variants and stuff because the last one shot we played, I played the Alex 20th level one shot as a monk of the open hand, and this one's the Cobalt Soul. There's a couple other subclasses I'd like to play out. It depends on how many more one shots we roll. But I'm gonna roll with the monk for a couple more, probably.
Well, with Monica, I made her a succubus monk of the Path of the Kensai. I made the claws her monk weapon, and there's this thing if you attack with your weapon and you have a free one open in your other hand, you get like a +2 bonus to your AC.
Yeah, I like those like Japanese subclasses because they have the Kensai monk and the samurai fighter. And the samurai fighter is pretty dope. Like you can use a bonus action to give yourself advantage on any attack. Fucking ridiculous.
All right, boss, we're back to you.
Well, I rolled dick on all the initiative. So you guys are probably about to just wallop this, and I'm not mad about it because it's late. But I'm pretty pumped about this because manticores are awesome. But it is top of the round with Takir.
Okay, so there's 2 manticores and a freaky wizard lady on the battlefield.
Yep. So what you're seeing there, the manticores are the yellow-ish squares. They're labeled Manticore 1 and 2. Casella's probably hard to read, but she's the lime green square in the north side of the map on basically what is like a 10, 15 foot podium. And then there's kind of like 2 sets of stairs to get up to where she's at. She's standing on kind of like an edge.
Okay, so the platform and the rest of the room. Well, what are we looking at, both material and like lighting wise?
Well lit. The braziers really like they were lit initially, and then when she entered, they surged, and it's bright light. Like it's lit like an arena. Stone floors. The 2 manticore have actually moved basically in front of the pits they came up from, and the pits have closed. So it is just a straight stone floor all the way across, wide open arena.
Okay, so if I did what I did before, and I burn a key point, and I can go to 120 feet of movement, does that put me in combat with either the manticores or preferably the lady in the center?
120 feet?
Correct.
120. You're about 140 feet from Casella with 120 feet. You could get to Manticore 1, maybe Manticore 2. You could probably get within melee range.
How far away from them would I be if I ran like dead center?
If you just ran right up the center, you'd be kind of like you would be in the Bermuda Triangle that is the Manticores and Casella.
Sounds terrifying, but that's where I'm going.
You're just burning 120 straight forward.
Straightforward. I want to get as close to
Yeah.
Carcella as I can.
All right. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
That burns a key point and is my entire action economy going to movement.
Actually, I'm sorry. I might have counted that wrong. You might be able to get to the base of the podium she's on. 10, 20, 30, 40. Oh, no. Yeah, you're 5 feet from the base of the podium.
Excellent.
Yeah, you just fucking kicking up dust and also just dust falling off of you. You just Naruto run all the way across the fucking battlefield right between the manticores who just kind of look at you as you're going by. That's going to bring us... Oh, sorry. Is that standard bonus and movement all in one?
Correct. All of them converted to movement.
Word. That brings us down to Panos.
So you said they're how far away?
She's probably about 130 or so feet away. The manticores from you guys are approximately about
Would you allow me?
100 feet away, give or take.
Would you allow me an insight check or to see if the other 3 are ready to fight, or do they look scared? Are they being cowardly, or do they look like they're about this fight?
Oh no, you don't even have to roll a check for that. They drew weapons the second that Casella walked through the portal, and then they got fucking ready when the Manticores came out. Like everybody knows they have to fight for their lives here.
Okay. So I'm gonna move up my 45 feet. Um, how far away would they be if I move up 45 feet? They'll still be without out of 30, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
If I move up 45 feet, all three of them will still be out of 30 within that 30-foot range.
Let's see, you were green, 45 feet, 10, 20, 30, 40, 45. They would be about still about 50 feet roughly away from you if you move straight
Okay.
45 forward.
Then I'm gonna start moving, and then I'll like as I'm hopping off into the fight, I'll look back at the three and I'll say, "We won't screw you if you don't screw us." And I'll start hopping and bouncing off after Takir. And instead of so he moved his full 120, and he's right in the middle of them. So if I move 90, I won't be. Well, I'm trying. I want to get close, but not too close where I'm gonna get fucked. Oh
If
shit!
you move the full 90, you are literally directly in between the Manticore. If you move the 45, you're creating like basically an equilateral triangle with the Manticore.
Well, I want to be within like 30 feet of Takir. Is that possible with the 45?
30, yeah, with your 45, that would put you basically like just in range with Takir.
Okay.
Or
And then
sorry, with the full 90 would put you in range with Takir.
damn. I don't want to be trapped out here with 3 mana cores. I'm gonna move my 45, and I'm gonna hold. Actually, I'm just gonna action. But I'm not gonna move the full 90. I want to be within 30 feet, but like, you put me like in the middle of the thing, like, but maybe about 20 feet, 25 feet back from the manticores. I'll just use my action to move, but I won't move the full 90 because I don't want to be
All right, so you're talking
on.
like more like 70 feet or so.
Yeah,
So you're not
around there.
directly right in between them, but like they're in your like peripheral vision kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't want to leave Takir on an island by himself, but at the same time, I'm not trying to move right in that, to get fucked either. So I'll move
Word.
that 70 in.
All right, I'm dropping a pick in chat. Let me know if that's all right.
And let me check the range on inspiration real quick. Okay, so I'll be within 60 feet of Takir. I'm going to give him some bardic inspiration. That's a D8 for whatever he chooses.
Heard.
And that'll be bonus action movement. That's my turn.
All right, Terry, you're up.
Terry is going to see the situation once again and get nervous about it. But doing so, he's going to close his eyes and grab his little smiling sun pendant there. And you're just going to kind of seeing out of these kind of phase in kind of duplicates of himself. So Terry just casted a mirror image.
Okay.
So I got my 3 little cronies with me.
All right. So you are basically, I have to roll anytime somebody makes an attack against you, correct?
Correct.
Cool. And movement?
I'm going to do my full movement, kind of, I guess, tailing behind Panos.
Okay. So like just 25 straight forward.
Yeah, you got it.
Sweet. Got it. Bonus?
Nah.
Cool. Let's see. That brings us down to the other party. All right. Jin is gonna basically just chug a lug straight forward. Can't do much. Phelan is booking it. He's going to call out and give some inspiration. You know what it looks like to cure, or sorry, not to cure. Where did I fuck this up? Oh, we're good. He's given inspiration to Mjinga because it looks like he's getting a little bit of a late start. And Fargus is fucking booking it. Can't do much there. And that brings us to Manticore 1. Manticore 1 watched Takir book it straight by. I think he would probably want to protect the Beastmaster, so he, with his 50 flying speed, flaps his wings and basically just launches himself across. And he's going to take 3 attacks against you, sir.
Well, that dick. Okay. 18 AC for Takir.
All right. Bite is a natty 19 for a 24. Misses a claw. Misses another claw. So just the bite. It's going to be a d8 plus 3. Just take 5 piercing damage for me, sir. And that is Manticore 1's turn. That brings us down to Mjinga.
Damn. That was some bad rolls.
I rolled a 2 and a 10, but the bonuses didn't hit his 18, so.
Alright, so the one Manticore moved, but not the other one yet.
Yeah, the other one hasn't gone yet.
Okay, I'm going to rush forward 35 feet. For my action, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself to give me a +2 bonus to AC for 10 minutes. And then I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at the Manticore that hasn't moved.
Okay. What's the range on Guiding Bolt?
120 feet.
Yeah, definitely. Cool. Let her rip.
Uh, 16 to hit.
That'll hit. Roll me damage.
Alright, 4 and 6. 11 points of radiant damage, and the next attack has advantage until the start of my next, or until the end of my next turn.
Aye. Cool. So that was movement action bonus.
Yep.
Sweet. And that'll bring us down to Sella. Casella, looking at Takir, just sprint across the entire map. And the Manticore jumping on her looks down at him. And she's going to cast Crown of Madness. So she takes her spear, points it down at you, and from that spear, this black sinew erupts, and it shoots down at your head, and slowly above you forms this crown. And as it's about to rest on your head, roll me that wisdom save.
Okay, wisdom save, you say. Get my D20 in here. Get a +4 to this, so. Ah, shit. 9.
9? That's going to be a fail, sir. So one humanoid of my choice, which happens to be you, that I can see within range must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be charmed for the duration. While the target is charmed in this way, the twisted crown of jagged iron appears on their head and a madness glows in their eyes. The charmed target must use its action before moving on each of its turns to take a melee attack against a creature other than itself that I choose. The target can act normally on its turn if I do not choose a creature or if none are within its reach. On your subsequent turns, you must use your action to maintain control over the target, or the spell ends. Also, the target can make a wisdom saving throw at each of their turns. So basically, I can use your turn to try to attack somebody, but I have to use my turn to hold that.
And I get a wisdom save at the end of my turn?
At the end of your turn, yeah. So on your turn, I can use your movement and your action to go attack somebody. And then you get a chance to save at the end of your turn.
Okay, just for the record, I got 3 key points left. If you burn a key point, that's 2 extra attacks in the round. You know.
Oh shit! I don't know if I can. I guess that. How would you, as a
The
DM,
way
how
it
would you
reads-
rule that?
The way this reads to me is you have control over the action, but not the movement.
Well, because it says within range, so in theory, your range would be your movement and action to get to that creature.
Charmed target must use its action, which you told them, before moving on. I mean,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
It also says that the target can act normally on his turn if he chooses no creature or if none are within its reach. So if there's no enemies within his reach and you're not going to attack the Manicore, wouldn't that say that he could just use his turn normally?
In theory, yeah. If I don't pin a target on him, then yeah, he could totally use his turn normally. That's fair.
then
No,
run away.
no, that's on me. I can get creative with this, but yeah, I'm gonna have to roll with the punches on that one. I totally
It
misinterpreted
is
that.
your game. If you want to make it movement, also, that's your call, dude.
Nah, I'm not gonna do that to you. But I have creative ways to get around this, so it's cool. It's cool. But Crown of
Well, do
Madness
you
is
want to bring
officially
that
on me,
back?
though. So. No, it's totally fine. I'm gonna keep it rolling because it's getting late. That's on me. I just pulled the trigger on Crown of Madness with a 75% understanding about it. So it's all good. All good. And
I could attack the Manticore technically, and then it would still be perpetually rolling because that's the only target within range.
And yeah, no, it's all good. Stella's gonna bonus action dash. Basically toward the northeast side of her podium. That's going to bring us down to Manticore 2. Manticore 2 is going to move toward the closest target, which happens to be our satyr friend Panos. Panos, Manticore 2 is going to make 3 attacks against you, sir. First one's a 15.
Wait, on Takir?
No, on Panos.
Oh, okay.
15 for the bite.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that hits. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Okay. Claw 1 misses. Claw 2 misses. Fuck, just another bite. But not bad. 9 damage there from Manticore 2. And that's going to bring us back to the top of the round with Takir. Takir, you are affected by Crown of Madness. But I could waste your action by punching the Manticore, so I'm going to allow you to punch the Manticore by suggesting that you punch the Manticore so that I can just hold this spell and keep moving.
So can I punch the Manticore all of the times? Can I use an action to hit the Manticore as hard as possible?
Technically, by the language of the spell, I'm only using your action. So if you want a bonus action and wallop that thing, it is legal. I misread the spell, so please have at it.
Okay, so I guess I'll first make a couple of regular attack rolls. These will be +7, so I'm looking at.
Hey, don't forget you have a D8 Bardic Inspiration.
All right, thank you. So first roll was a 17, second roll is a 26 to hit.
Both hit. Roll me damage.
Okay, first attack is a 6 + 4, so the first one is 10 damage, and the second one is 8 damage.
18 hurt.
18 total. And then I want to burn a key point so that I could take a couple more of attacks on this creature.
Aye. These are unarmed strikes.
Correct. These are unarmed strikes, and this is the Flurry of Blows ability. So, shit, that's not great. 12. 12
Miss.
to hit. And 22.
22 hits.
Okay, so there will be an extra 6 bludgeoning damage to this creature. And one of my special abilities is the Way of the Monk, is that when I hit a creature with my Flurry of Blows ability, which I just did, I can analyze it, which means I know of any, weaknesses, resistances, immunities, things like that. And if that creature misses an attack on me for the next some period of time, if it misses an attack on me, I can treat that with my reaction as an attack of opportunity.
Okay, heard. You would know nothing. It doesn't have any resistances, no weaknesses, nothing like that. You would know that it has multi-attack, and for shits and giggles, you would know that it has a ranged attack with its tail spikes. It can hurl them, should it choose.
Knowing all
for
this
shits and
does not make me feel any safer.
Yeah. You punch the fuck out of that thing, but you don't pick up anything of significance.
Okay, great. That's all I got. If I choose to move, can I position myself, or can I not move, or how's that work?
I just take your action before you move, so in theory you could still move. I can just make you attack things.
I'll stay where I'm at.
All right, cool. That'll bring us to Panos.
How far are they away from me?
Manticore 2 is literally in melee with you.
Oh, that's right. God damn it. I forgot I was getting fucking attacked. So I am going to use my mobile feat and I'm going to take a rapier attack against him, which is just a wow, that's a 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
And that is 9 points of damage. And I'm going to use my full 45 feet to move back away from the manticore. And since I use the mobile feat whenever I attack someone, they don't get opportunity attack against me.
And full 45 back.
I'll say back and to the left a little bit to kind of leave it open for everyone else to come up.
All right, so you'd be back almost right next to Mjinga.
Yeah, that'll work. I'll get behind the big old paladin and move up with him.
Cool. Anything else?
Oh, bonus action. How far is Mjinga away from the battle?
Approximately 35, 40 feet from Manticore 2.
All right, so since I'm gonna give him bonus action bardic inspiration.
I already have an inspiration.
Yeah, he got it from Phelan.
Okay, then I will.
Drop it on
And-
Terry. Or one of the other.
No, Terry's a
Nice.
piece of shit, man. He just killed Marcus. Is
I
Takir hurt?
It was the gods.
Takir hasn't really taken much damage. I think he took like a little bit from a bite.
All right, then I'll hold. That'll be my turn.
All right, cool. Terry, what you got?
All right. So Terry's going to kind of mumble a few words to himself and kind of extend his arm out maybe 30 feet, in front of him. Or no, not directly in front of him, but maybe like 15 feet off to like the right. He's going to kind of like he's summoning again something from the ground, and you just you kind of see another copy of Terry just come right up, and I am going to cast Channel Divinity to invoke Duplicity.
Sick. So you're saying 15 feet to the northeast? So, or like northeast of where Panos just moved? I just want to
Yeah,
make sure I have it placed right for you. For the purposes of this, your duplicate will be played by Voldemort, because that's what I grabbed first. There's a pick in chat.
There's like so many. There's so many Terrys.
There's 5 of us.
Yeah, between the mirror image and the fucking duplicity is an ability, right? It's not a concentration spell or anything.
It is a concentration. I'm pretty sure. It seems the wording seems to treat it like a concentration spell.
What it'll tell you in
I
like the
thought
language.
Duplicity was the trickster clerics. What's that shit called? Like the turn
I
on
think it's
dead
an
thing.
ability. I think you can still have a concentration spell because it's a channel divinity. It's not casting a spell. It's like a class ability.
Oh, okay. So, but to treat it like a concentration, though. Okay, gotcha. I think that's what it said.
Yeah, but carry on. I have your figure placed. I dropped a pick in chat. If that's not where you want it placed, just let me know.
Okay, so I guess with that being said, I am going to bonus action cast oh my gosh, what is the name of this spell? Shield of Faith for my concentration.
So I did just pull it up in the language of evoke duplicity. It is treated as a concentration spell. It says you have it until you lose concentration. So that was my bad. You do still have a bonus action, but
Okay, no,
you are currently holding concentration on your duplicate.
okay, that's what I thought. It's kind of weird or worded weird, but yeah, I guess that'll be it for me because I don't think I can do any other bonuses at this point.
Cool. And movement for yourself. And does your duplicate move this turn?
No, my duplicate is going to stay put as well as myself. I'm going to stay back.
Okay. That'll bring us down to the other party. Fargus takes a shot with his longbow. And misses. You piece of shit.
Come on, Vargas.
Jin runs right the fuck up to that other manticore, though, and he is going to take an arm swings, rolls a 3 and a 5. Totally fucking misses. What a whiff. Phelan, 10, 20, we'll say 30 feet forward. He's going to cast Shatter on that manticore. Because why the fuck not? That's going to be 3, 8. 1, 7, 1. Sweet. 9 damage on Manticore 2. And that's the other party's turn. That drops us down to Manticore 1, who's going to take 3 swings at Takir. Takir, that's a miss. Another miss. For fuck's sake, 3 misses.
Okay, I'm going to
You
use
are
my
just-
reaction to take an attack of opportunity.
Please do put this thing out of its misery.
16 to hit.
That'll hit. Fucking wallop it.
Oh, that's max damage too. 6 on the d6. 10 total damage.
Aye. Jesus, I literally almost everything that I've rolled for attacks for both of those creatures has been below a 10. It is just pitiful.
I found a good place to put that ability on because I'm gonna get some attacks of opportunity here, hopefully.
Let's see. After Manticore 1, that'll bring us down to Mjinga.
All right, I'm going to keep charging towards the nearest Manticore. Can I reach him?
What's your movement?
35.
Yeah, we'll say you can get within 5 feet. That makes sense.
All right. Then I am going to start taking some swings.
Alrighty. Swing away.
Stupid thing. All right. $14 to hit.
That's the magic number.
All right. The 8. 7 plus 7 for 14
14.
slashing
All right.
damage. Second attack, that one's going to be a 27 to hit.
Definitely hits.
And because I haven't got to do it yet, let's go ahead and dump a Divine Smite into this one.
All right.
An additional 2d8. 8, 13, 14 plus 7 for 21 total
Oh, Jesus.
points damage.
Yeah, you. What are you wielding?
A long sword.
Longsword? Yeah, you bring that longsword down on that first swing and just cut it across the chest, and then grab the hilt with your second hand and just plunge it into this thing's chest. And when you pull it out, it drops to one leg and just slowly kind of staggers up and snarls at you. You just about dropped that thing.
As a bonus action, I'm going to laugh.
I like it. Is that the end of your turn, sir? Or would you like to move away so that I can have an attack of opportunity before you put me out of my misery?
I
Oh, wait, no,
now
you moved to get there.
back away.
God damn. That was a fucking... What a turn. That brings us down to Casella, who maintains her crown. No, you know what? Fuck it. She realizes her mistake and drops Crown of Madness. And then she will bonus action Misty Step to be flanking Takir with the Manticore, and she's going to cast Vampiric Touch. So she like dissolves where she was standing. The crown above you dissolves as well, and then she just appears right behind you and reaches out. And as she reaches out, this pulse of black veins kind of go down through her arm into her fingertips, and she tries to essentially like pass it onto you. That's gonna be an 18 to hit.
That's the magic number.
Oh, she rolled an 11, but it had a +7. Fuck yeah. I didn't expect that to actually land. That's gonna be 9 points of necrotic damage.
Nine points.
Yes, sir. Or wait, I'm sorry. That was Vampiric Touch. That's gonna be a third. No, it is a third. Yeah, 9 damage. She rolled shit on that. All right, not too bad though. Whatever. It is what it is. That's gonna end her turn. That brings us to Manticore 2, who almost just got fucking walloped by Mjinga. So gonna turn and take 3 attacks. See what happens. That's a 15 to hit.
Miss.
Bite misses. 24 probably hits with the claw, and another miss. So just a d6 plus 3. That's gonna be 7 damage, sir,
Got it.
on that claw. And honestly, I think the Manticore, in a sheer panic, being flanked by a Minotaur and a fucking lion that just carved the shit out of it, is actually going to attempt to flee, and it's going to try to fly 50 feet away from you. It's going to provoke an attack of opportunity for both of you. Jin gets a definite hit. You want to roll damage for shits and giggles?
I got 26 on that.
Yeah, you guys both, like, that thing takes a swipe. It just barely grazes you with a claw and then turns to run. And I think Jin reaches out and just grabs one of the wings and looks at you and smiles. And I'm assuming you grab the other wing, and you guys just split that thing in half.
Uh-huh.
Sick.
Partially fun to just kill it off, but also I wanted to see if it would happen, because if it got away, there might have been some cool shit. But all right, you guys have effectively killed Manticore 2. That's going to bring us to the top of the round to Kier. You are currently flanked by Casella the Beastmaster and Manticore 1. What would you like to do, sir?
I'm torn between just peeling this Manicore, but I don't really like the proximity to the spellcaster. I'm gonna give her a couple of unarmed strikes.
All right, roll the hit.
Okay, so first one, we are looking at an 11 to hit.
That'll be a miss.
And second one, an 18 to hit.
Palpable hit.
Okay, so I will do. It will be 7 points of damage, and also I will burn a key point to make that a stunning strike. So she needs to make a Constitution saving throw, DC 15, or be stunned until the beginning of my next turn.
That is going to be a 17.
Okay, crap. She passes.
Nice try, though, because that really could have sped things up.
I'm not gonna go anywhere. I think I'm just gonna stay right here. That's
Cool,
about
cool.
all I could do.
Was bonus action the stunning strike?
Actually, I think no. That's just a burn of a key point.
I think you still have a bonus then, because you just attacked and then dropped stunning strike with a key, unless the key point is a bonus action.
No. Let's see here. Yeah, I think. when you use an action, you can make one unarmed strike. So essentially, my standard action was the attack, and my bonus action was the second attack.
Okay. All right. We'll bring us down to Panos then.
So it was my turn.
Yes, sir. You dropped back and watched as the Minotaur and the Leonin just rip the wings off a manticore and basically flayed it. What would you like to do?
I want to move my 45 feet. Am I within 30 feet of the Beastmaster?
You're about 45 feet away with 45 movement.
That changes things.
All right. This is updated map after I moved you 45 forward in chat. You're in range of the manticore.
I'm gonna cast pyrotechnics. Choose an area. Oh wait, never mind. Choose an area of non-magical flame. There's no. Is there a flame within by the manticore?
No, the braziers are around the edge of the room.
All right. Well, I am just going to cast Dissonant Whispers at 3rd level. I guess to the manticore. You whisper a discordant melody that only one creature of your choice within range can hear, racking it with terrible pain. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. Takes psychic damage and must immediately use its reaction, if available, to move as far as its speed allows away from you. On a successful save, the target takes half as much damage and doesn't move. It's going to be a DC 16.
Oh, yeah, failed.
That is going to be casted at 3rd level. That's 5d6. So it's nice when I get to pull out all these d6. Wow. 4, 8, 12, 15, 16 points of psychic damage to the Minotaur.
And on its turn, it has to use its movement to get as far away from you as possible.
It'll immediately use its reaction, if available, to run away.
Okay. Yeah, it has not taken an attack of opportunity, so it'll run. So it just flees away from you.
I like to think it's like when Harry Potter speaks in parcel tongue. You just hear whispers in the air, and the manticore just freaks out and runs away.
Yeah, so it tries to basically fly away up toward like the northwest side of that podium that Casella was on. That does provoke from Takir if you'd like to take an attack of opportunity, sir. I don't believe you've used your reaction this turn.
I think I might have already. I used my reaction when the creature attacked and missed me.
Oh, that is correct. That is still this round. Oh wait, no, that was it attacked you last round. You were top of the round, so you can use your reaction if you want to make that attack of opportunity.
Oh, in that case, I will. Sure. That's an 18 to hit.
That'll hit. Roll me damage.
And that is going to be 6 damage.
Aye. Yeah, so as this thing takes that psychic damage, hears a screech, it flaps its wings and lifts off the ground and flies about 50 feet or so away from you. But as it's about to take off, you get one solid strike, right in the kidneys as it flies off, and it kind of limps in the air a little bit and has to catch itself. And Panos, anything else? Gonna take that as a no.
I don't think so, right?
Oh, I'm
Uh,
sorry. No, that'll be my turn.
Bring us to Terry. Bringing up the rear with his duplicate.
with my small army. So my duplicate. Where?
Yeah, this cluster of Terrys. Your duplicate's about 15 feet northeast of you, and you've got mirror image. The manticore that got close to you immediately got slaughtered, ripped in half.
And the other one's still flying away.
It, by the effects of Panos' spell, started to flee to the northwest. Yeah, you were effectively pretty fucking far because your monk started the battle by running 125 or 120 feet forward and kind of stopped them from moving forward.
Perfect. So I think I'm going to use my standard movement of 25 just to move straight north.
Aye.
I am also going to use my bonus action to move Harry number 2 to, I guess maybe have him kind of start going towards like the left side, kind of like, yeah, on the other side where everyone else is, in that direction at least.
What's the range? You can move him
25 feet.
25 feet. And you want him to go left, so he's basically like running past you.
Yes.
Looks like right in front of you, or like it'd pretty much be right in front of you if he's running across you.
All right. And Harry number 2 is going to I can bonus action move him, but standard action can still be cast through him. So Terry number 2 is going to go ahead and have his hands start lighting up a glow, and you're going to see a guiding bolt fly out to this manicore. No, no. Yeah.
120 feet, right?
120.
Yeah, definitely in range. Let it rip.
So just rolling in D&D Beyond. So fuck me. 11. I'm sure misses.
That is an unfortunate miss, sir. That guiding bolt just narrowly misses that manticore and shatters against the wall behind it.
Poopy. Man.
I liked where your head was at.
All right, and I think that's it for me.
Cool. After Terry, that's going to bring us down to the other party. Jin's going to rush forward, take a shot at Casella. Fucking miss. You whiff. One big walking whiff. Fargus. Oh, I'm sorry. That Jin's the fucking monk. He just rushes forward. Can't get... Actually, no, he gets in melee, but can't do anything. Fargus rushes forward, takes a shot. Fargus' shot. The fucking 3. He misses. Phelan is going to drop some inspiration on Takir because he just went up there and fucking walloped a manticore and is currently fighting Casella. That'll bring us down to Manticore 1, who immediately turns back around after having to flee. Is that turn by turn or just like one time? That affect Anthony?
Nah, that was just a reaction to run. Basically, it
Okay.
was like scared of that moment, and then that would be it.
Okay. Manticore 1 is going to fly down to 50 feet and take 3 ranged spike attacks against you. Since you just made it flee. It's a 14, 24, and a 19.
24 and a 19 hit.
Aye, aye. That's going to be 4 damage on the first one and 11 damage on the second one. 15 damage from the spikes.
Big oof.
Bring us down to Mjinga.
Panos is looking a little rough.
All right. Gonna charge at that next Manticore.
Let's see. You are 30 feet of movement? 35?
35.
10, 20, 35. You'd be about 10 or 15 feet away with that movement. Do you want to throw your
That's
weapon
my,
at it?
that's my nearest enemy, right?
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Yeah, the other Manticore was split in half by you and the other monk.
yeah.
Lesson learned. Don't make really long maps when there's a monk.
Uh,
You
I told her
underestimate
she's
my
my
sneakiness.
action to dash and get up on him. Actually,
Action to
no.
dash, you're in melee?
From
Or...
where I am after the 35, I'll just throw a javelin at him.
Okay, let her rip.
Right. Eight for a dirty 20.
Definitely hits.
That's just 1d6. So 2 plus strength plus 7, 9 points piercing damage.
9 points of damage. All right, yeah, you drop a javelin straight in the gut of this creature, and as it's hovering in the air after firing the spikes, it kind of staggers a little bit, and it drops out of the air, and it's on the ground on its feet, breathing pretty heavy at this point.
And it's still the 10 feet away, right?
It is, yeah, about 10 feet.
Right. Let me see. Is it only a melee attack? I get the extra. Nope. I could take a second attack action, so I'll throw another javelin at it.
All right.
That one's going to be a 21 to hit.
Definitely hits.
5 plus 7, 12 points piercing damage.
How would you like to do this, sir?
So he throws it and knocks it down and just picks up and chucks another javelin. And it goes right up the brown eye.
Yeah.
And,
So you chuck that first javelin, it catches it in the gut, and it drops out of the air. And as it hits the ground and kind of catches itself on its feet, it must have gotten turned as it fell out of the sky, and you just hurl this javelin, and it goes right up Browntown, and the spear exits, like just the tip of the spear or the javelin exits the mouth of this fucking manticore as it drops to the ground limp, and Casella cries out this guttural scream and just rages at the sight of both of her beasts just being mutilated.
Is she within? Oh no, she's definitely outside of that. All right, never mind. That'll end my turn.
Aye. That'll bring us down to Casella. Casella is going to. Oh fuck! I forget. Jen's right there. All right. Cool. Casella is going to use her Fey Presence. As an action, I can cause each creature in a 10-foot cube of me to make a Wisdom saving throw or become charmed or frightened until the end of my next turn. So I need a Wisdom saving throw from you, Takir.
I got a 23.
23.
Man, that dice was loud as hell. Is that a metal dice?
That might have been mine. I leaned in to read something as I rolled the die for the.
I was like,
The
I've
other
never
guy.
heard a dice so loud. Jeez.
No, that was my bad. I leaned right over the dice. I was trying to read something. Jin actually failed his save and immediately just lets out a "Ah!" and sprints away. You save though. Let's see, bonus action. Can't do anything, so fuck me. She's gonna stay right there because that's just the smartest thing to do without getting punched. That's gonna bring us to the top of the round with Takir.
Okay, so she's right next to me, right? 5 foot.
Yes, sir.
Instead of striking her, I want to attempt a grapple.
Okay. I believe that is opposing strength checks. It does not come up often.
Okay. We'll check.
Trying to pull it up right now.
It's strength from the person doing the grappling, or athletics and acrobatics for the person being grappled, and then opposing.
So it's strength or athletics from me.
No, you're the one doing the grappling, so it's a strength check from you. She would get to choose between athletics or acrobatics to try and break away, either by dodging or strong arming herself out.
What's your strength check?
17.
She rolled a fucking 16. She's grappled.
Okay, so it says on my standard action that I get a couple of attacks. Would a grapple count as an attack, or is that my standard action?
It's a standard action to grapple, I believe.
Is it possible, while in a grapple, to bonus action chug a potion?
I don't think so. If you're using your hands to grapple, it would be pretty hard to chug a potion.
Okay.
But I would say if you wanted to bonus action chug a potion and then try to grapple her, technically speaking, that seems like it would work via action economy.
Okay, we'll reverse that. I'll chug the potion, then I'll grapple her. What was the superior healing again? What was that, 4 to 4?
Yeah, superior healing is... Let me scroll back. 8d4 plus 8. But as a bonus action, you got to roll it. You don't get the full automatically.
Excellent. I'm back to full.
Cool. You guys couldn't have rolled like any of the funny shit that I mixed in there. You had to roll the useful stuff. Actually, nobody's used the shield yet, and I'm really sad. I'm just going to go ahead and put it out there because it's not going to happen. The Shield of the Masochist is a magical shield that's +1, and it has a screaming face on it. And every time that you successfully block an attack with the shield, it cries out for more. And I was so ready to cry out every time you hit me. But unfortunately, you don't have a lot of movement speed, and your monk took the combat on the other side of the map. So the one guy that got the shield didn't get a chance to get hit.
Sorry.
He
That's
got
it for
there
me. I don't got
first,
anything
but
else.
who's doing the kills?
Oh man, that's funny.
Terry's got the shield, doesn't
Yeah, Terry's got the shield. It's just that Terry's on the other side of the map and everybody's dying before he can get there.
he? But I mean, could I have duplicates?
What do you mean?
Never mind. No, I couldn't.
I was like, right now there are 4 Terrys holding 4 shields that look like somebody's got a screaming like face coming out of them. Like that's quite the sight. I mean, the thing is, though, Terry's going to survive, which means he gets to split the pot at the end. So technically, this is the command play. That does bring us to
Long
Terry's
play.
turn, though.
I mean that shield bumped up my AC pretty good. So I think Terry is going to once again standard act or not full movement speed, 25. The normal Terry again with his cronies moving up, and the other Terry 2, is going to charge up another guiding bolt and send it right at Casella.
All right. Roll to hit.
Right. Hit. Ah, fuck. 16. Does that hit?
Ooh. That's the magic number, actually. Roll damage.
Perfect. $21 points of damage.
Damn. All right. And advantage on the next attack against her, I believe.
Yep, you got it.
Cool. Anything else?
Nah, that'll be it for Terry.
All right. That brings us down to the other party. Jin shakes off his frightened effect. Spends his turn running back. He's going to take a swing. Misses. Also misses. And that brings us to Fargus, who's going to take a couple more steps forward, take another shot. Fucking natural 1. Hits Jin, because fuck it. At this point, Phelan's going to step forward. He's just going to go ahead and inspire. Mjinga. And an action firebolt misses. Actually, no, the bolt lands. All right. pretty palpable hit there. Gisela takes a nice fire bolt. And cool. That'll bring us down to Mjinga.
All right. I'm going to finish charging at this lady.
You can definitely get in range this turn. You are now basically surrounding her with a minotaur and a monk. Actually, she's surrounded by 2 monks. 1 minotaur monk and an Earth Genasi monk. And this massive Leonin. How would you like to end this? Because I'm sure she's not going to last long.
Well, if it would happen on his attacks, especially as he just gets there, he'll just come running, jump at her, swing the sword down, and let out a roar as the blade connects with her skull and starts slicing down. And then once she falls dead, he'll just stand there and look around. Is that all?
And as you look up, having taken down the Manticores and Casella, you look up into the stands, and although their faces are covered by veils and masks, you can see the terror and panic and shock and awe in the crowd. It falls silent. The cheers, the laughter, all of the movement, everybody just partying, this debauchery. It just stops. And then, almost as a united whole, the entire room looks at you, looks at Magnus, and then just you start seeing them all apparate and just vanish, almost as if like this was not meant to happen. And as they start to vanish, Magnus calls out, he's like, no, 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 there's more. I have more planned. They've not beat this. This isn't happening. No, you must stay. There's more. I've got that. And he's just trying to like salvage the crowd at this point who have abandoned him. Go ahead. Okay. But as they the whole crowd is dispersing and Magnus is trying to save it, you see all of the scarlet robed figures that have been around start to move toward him. And what you gather from this moment is that these servants have found their opportunity. And you see this almost swarm of red overtake him. And you hear his muffled screams as this churning of red robes overcomes him. And in that moment, the final door opens behind the stage, or the podium that Casella had originally come out on. And you walk through that chamber to find more riches than you were promised. This was basically Magnus's private study. You were never even meant to get this far. That final room was unplanned, essentially, and it was like his last ditch effort to just keep the crowd, because he expected to die in the second round and he'd just call it there. And well done.
Before we end, Takir is going to talk Terry into helping him kill Fargus, so everybody gets a beggar cut.
Yes, definitely. You can get all 5 of us to fucking go and fucking get rid of this guy.
I mean, you saw him in combat. He was absolutely useless. He had no skill nor tactical ability. I mean, come on.
So
I'm
you
gonna.
saying this in front of Jin and Phelan? Because
Yeah, absolutely.
Panos will see them talking shit about Fargus, and he'll go, "Hey Fargus, why don't oysters donate to charity? Because they're shellfish." And he'll cast Tasha's hideous laughter on him.
And
And so basically, I need a wisdom 16 save.
that's a natural 5, so I'm guessing that's a fail.
A creature of your choice you can see within range perceives everything as hilariously funny and falls into fits of laughter. If this spell succeeds, the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or fall prone, becoming incapacitated and unable to stand up for the duration. So he basically just falls into a fit of laughter, rolling on the floor, literally rolling on the floor laughing.
Yeah, he definitely. Yep, he's on the ground laughing. So I suppose if you guys are about to betray the people that just fought alongside you in this combat for more more gold, this would be your opportunity because one of them is incapacitated.
I feel like it was just because our name is the Dickheads, and Fargus may have like been in the same room as us, but he was not helping us fight anything. So I'll use my last key point to stomp Fargus to death.
And I'll turn to Jin and the other remaining, and I'll try to persuade them. Be like, "Let's be honest. He was holding you back. He didn't do anything in that fight. You're much better off with him, and that's more riches for you too."
Roll me a persuasion check.
That's a 22 persuasion.
Jesus. Yeah, the monk is gonna look at you like the Minotaur and just be like, "You make a good point." And the bard kind of looks at you for a minute and he's like, you know, I just. All right, fine.
Mjinga is going to walk up to the Minotaur, not realizing it was his own guys that killed him, and just be like, "I see you lost another comrade. That is tough. But in competitions like this, it happens. Just remember the words of my people. Hakuna Matata." And walk away.
And I'm gonna say to Jin, "Oh, it means no worries for the rest of your days."
So was it Farkas? Who was the guy that we just killed?
Fargus.
You guys just like mercilessly killed the half orc and then persuaded his party to be cool with it.
So
That's so fucked up.
Terry's gonna just as he's looking around at the party and he's like, "This guy really sucks. You guys want one more shot at him?" And he's gonna cast Revivify on him.
Oh my god.
I absolutely re-kill Fargus.
Rolled a hit. He's not. He is prone, but he's not under Tasha's hideous laughter because he technically died and came back.
I'm gonna cast silence on him, so when he comes back, he's just deaf and he can't see anything, and he just sees Takir just beating the shit out of him as he's deaf.
So I
God,
rolled with
that's so
advantage.
fucking dark.
I rolled with advantage because he's prone, and I rolled an 8 for the first one, but a nat 20 for the second.
Oh yeah, you just cave his skull in. Oh my god. Just, that got so dark so quick.
After I re-kill
Yes.
Fargus, I tell Terry, "Nice work. What do you say we go get you a new flask, huh?"
Yeah, I guess that'll work.
As Takir's beating him, I'll just spam healing word on him.
Oh god.
Terry, hold my beer, and I will go re-kill Fargus again.
You guys realize Fargus wasn't behind all this, right?
He was useless in combat. He did shit.
He fired arrows. He just kept missing.
Listen, we already split the loot. If Fargus lives, we gotta pay him.
This is what the gods had chosen.
Also, I love this entire situation because you literally are mercilessly killing this guy for his cut of the gold because he was useless in combat. Meanwhile, fucking Terry over there summoned a duplicate, gave himself mirror image, hung out in the back,
Yeah, I was
just got
behind
a
a
free
shield.
ride through the combat.
That was some dope ass aesthetic, okay?
Panos is gonna squint his eyes and look at Terry.
Hey, I got a guiding bolt. I missed most of them.
On our next short rest, me and Panos take down Terry too.
You gotta hit me though. There's fucking 5 of me.
Panos is gonna squint at Terry and say, "Hey Terry, how do you organize an astronomer's party? You plan it." And catch Tasha's hideous laughter on him again.
And I punch him 5 times.
Wisdom 16.
Wisdom 16. Oh my god. I actually have super high wisdom. Maybe this will work.
Natural one coming and calling it.
No, I got a 16 exactly.
I was just kidding. We were never gonna kill you. I was playing with you. Just
Oh,
side
right.
eye him the whole time.
Panos, are you ready for me to punch him a lot?
Thanos is gonna be doing like that. Abort plan. Abort.
What does that mean? You told me to come over here and punch him a lot. He's not. Is he ready?
Oh Jesus! You guys are a fucking train wreck to DM, and I love it. It's such a it's a roller coaster for me. I do love the roleplay heavy sessions, but I was trying to do something a little different. So honest thoughts, obstacle course and shit makes sense, and like, what can I do to tweak that and make it more, I guess, smooth?
I thought it was pretty smooth. It's pretty good. I enjoyed it. It was a good little
sweet.
module.
I
Especially
like
off the
the
top of your
first
head.
one. I like the first level and the third level. I think the second level could have been a puzzle. Like maybe you're
Yeah.
supposed to get into the cages or, something besides just walk and roll wisdom save.
Yeah, well, honestly, if you guys had failed more saves and if the other party had failed more saves, I was hoping that a couple people would start walking in and you'd have to kind of like punch each other, start running. Somebody'd get got back, you'd have to punch them. And unfortunately, you guys just kept passing saves. So it was pretty much just like a chunk of walking through a room.
You should have used some DM discretion at that point for the harpy because I think I literally rolled a 12 and still passed for something that's supposed to be deadly. You should raise the DC for that at that point to make it more
Now,
make the stakes higher. Because I mean, if I roll a 12 and pass, I mean it's very rare that someone
Yeah.
will fail.
Yeah,
Make
that
it
was
like
on
a
me.
DC 15 to make the stakes a little higher.
Yeah, when I was doing it, I wrote it for like DC 11's the actual creature's ability, and I rolled with that because I was like, well, these guys aren't really wisdom based characters, so I don't want to have the entire party just get shreked because I'm dropping 4 wisdom saves like back to back to back to back. But you guys cranked out all the wisdom saves pretty well, so yeah, it's definitely I'm gonna raise the DCs a little bit next time.
well, we also got over, really quickly. If there was like some walls where you had to go left or a slight labyrinth to help slow down, like the monk and everything else.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I'll definitely I'll tweak that second room for sure.
So
But-
what would you? I'm probably gonna post this later. What would you? What's the name of this little module you've created for us?
Oh fuck!
Mjinga and the
Shackleton
Dickheads.
Island.
Yeah,
Murder She Wrote. Fargus's last words. I don't know.
Mjinga and the Dickheads in Shackleton Island.
I was gonna say yeah. Mjinga and the Dickheads go to Shackleton Island, but that's a long ass title. Oh god, if Mjinga and the Dickheads wasn't such a long name, like, we could put that all in there. But Showdown at Shackleton Island, I guess. I don't know.
Well, you should.
Perfect.
It should be Minga and the Dickheads because that's our like just like it's the Kirklucking Chronicles.
Yeah, just call it Mjinga and the Dickheads, episode 1.
Okay, I will.
Because being Panos was such a fun fucking character, dude. Like I would not be mad at revisiting this group, Minga and Takir and Terry being a dickhead and
It
I was
was
playing
a good
Takir like
mix.
as murdersome as like I might not have to come back and play him again. You're gonna now I have to live with the guilty conscience of having stomped Vargas to death. This ain't right.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I'm gonna start your next session off with like the town coming to find you guys because they knew their heroes were missing, and they roll into you caving in the skull of an innocent man for no reason.
he was
Innocent,
possessed.
useless man. Come on, who's Vargas helping?
And then we persuaded his party to be cool with it. That's the worst.
That's how useless it was. It wasn't even hard to get them to not care. Vargas was a total piece.
That party
was-
fucking sucks, dude. They're
It
so
was a combination of like everything they just went through. They survived. They got a cut of the gold, and then they also watched you cave that man's skull in, heal him, cave his skull in again, and they were just like, you know what? I'm gonna take the gold, and we're cool.
I'm retired.
Oh, dude, that was that was the funniest shit ever. Just the rowdiest way to end a fucking session, dude.
It
I
really
think that
was. Normally, you guys are heroes. It's never taken such a dark turn so
we
quickly.
are Minga and the Dickheads.
Fucking Terry, just paralyzing that guy in the lava without anybody really seeing it,
Harry
and just being like, I don't know what
revivified a
happened.
man.
Just he had the option to take the spell off and let him live, and he's just like, man, that sucks. Why is he just standing there?
Terry was the tip of the spear, and he's also the nicest person in the group.
Harry revivified that man so we could kill him again.
And you know he did it intentionally because he asked if he wanted another crack at him. He did it for fun.
I did it out of spite both times. I just fuck that guy.
Oh my god.
And Sean, the whole time we were fighting, Fergus is fucking useless. Fergus is a piece of shit. I can't stand Fergus. Oh shit, that was funny.
Oh god, what a mess. Well, boys, thanks for running through that. That was a blast.
Thanks for hosting.
Yeah,
Anytime.
We'll keep in touch on socials, fellas. I gotta go, but let's do this again soon. Maybe we'll dig up Gladier next time.
For sure.
We gotta
Night,
go
boys.
Gladier and fucking Minga and the Dickheads, dude. That was a lot of fun. Later, guys.